Hello everybody. Welcome on in. Glad to have you. I'm still settling in, but I've gotten everything together. I've gotten my water and whatnot, and I'm about to get started. Hey, it's Tuna Dyer. I sent you a message of the type of sword that I was talking about. Did you end up seeing it? I just wanted to tell you because it's cool. Because I was thinking about it, right? I was looking into the types of swords and wound up asleep the other day. Did I ever try out the Telewan? Let me look at the specific formula he gave me. Because I have it here. Do 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 do. Ah, not as of yet, no. Wait a minute. My other question was, because I had the question about blood magic. Would Alpha not copy blood magic? Oh yeah, and that's perfectly fine, Isunodar. That's perfectly alright. But I just wanted to tell you about it, because basically it's just a cute little cavalry saber. It's neat! It's from, I believe it's a Russian cavalry saber. It's very, the nice thing about it is the whole ass sword weighs 2 pounds. It's not a very, it's not a very heavy sword, nothing. Yeah, I guess I am asking for that specific wand in general, but also, because it went blood magic, white hole alpha. Yeah. Yeah. I don't quite understand what I just need to, because it's fine if I need to flip it around, right? I'm just unsure about how that works. Hey. Indeed, it is the Q will starting soon screen. Nom. Oh! It copies the white hole because it's zero charge. When a zero charge spell is drawn, it's moved to the discard. And the next spell in the deck is drawn. And Alpha copies first from discard, then the hand. That's crazy. That's awesome as all hell, Kibble. Now that's some hella valuable expertise right there. And some very valuable information that I will absolutely happily take full advantage of there. And I don't quite have the Viato tube thing set up, so I don't quite have my avatar all fixed and ready. But I'm like 99% of the way there. In fact, I'm going to download the 2 files from my email here real quick. Give me a moment while I do that. And, yeah. Let's see, go to Gmail. Cause yeah, it's gonna be some good shit, let me tell you what. Oh damn, we got a 10 stream streak from Meat Standing. You go, Meat Standing. I'm omega big impressed. Now let's see here. I will download the 2 transparent ones, because that seems the smartest. Let me see. I'm going to name this one. Well, I guess you will have the number 1 appended to the end. And the other one shall have the number 2 appended to the end. Hey, Coitus, welcome on in. I'm so glad to have you. Right now, I am downloading a couple of files from my email that I basically made a an eyes open version of my the little guy in the corner here. And I am, yeah. So now I can theoretically, I think, so actually here's a question. Would you guys prefer I jump right into Noita, or would you guys like me to spend, I don't know, anywhere between 3 and 13 minutes trying to, I think I can manage it, put together the new avatar, so that it, because I now have the images downloaded, and then I can basically see if I can make it cooperate with OBS. I'll leave it up to you guys.
I don't need your mimic.
You'd prefer Noita. Alright, we got 1 vote Noita. And let me also turn on my speaker because it is not currently on. It decided that it didn't want to be on because, you know, it wanted to cause me problems. Stream upgrade says he's sooner dire. Okay, we got 1 vote each way. Alright. Hopefully this will now, the speaker will say yes and accept. No, maybe the speaker needs to charge. Oh well. I will do without speaker for a little while it charges. I meant to charge it earlier, but then I forgore, and then I meant to charge it a little later, and then I forgore again. And then this process happens several times. You'll be watching a debate, so you take your vote away. That is extremely funny. Meat standing, I am thoroughly amused. Alrighty. Okay. You vote absent. Don't make me choose, guys. You have a swing vote. Don't you want to use your swing vote? I am thoroughly amused, Kibble. I'll think about it. So you gotta make your food really soon. Okay. Well, okay. I'll tell you what. That being the case, you vote from Europe for American politics for stream upgrade. You know what? That's beautiful. That's art. And alrighty. As a consequence, I will basically give y'all the bare minimum for the time being of this. So we're gonna go display capture. We're gonna open this thing up. And then this one is we're gonna replace this image. You know, give me a sec while I go closer to my monitor because I'm blind. And this font is so damn tiny, I tell you. Well, shit. No, that's not right at all. I've done fuck. Well, I mean, it's not. It's a little bit better than absolutely jack shit. Well, I need to get rid of the other random things. Okay, so now we can make the determination. Is this better than the current setup in any way, shape, or form? Or shall I cook this for a little longer? Because I certainly can cook it for longer. And it would, of course, be more lined up with me talking, right? But, yeah. I am totally fine with cooking it for longer. But, yeah. You know, because clearly I need to, like, align it slightly differently so that, like, so that the arm is, like, it looks like it's moving in a more normal manner. But, you know, that's gonna be a process, boy howdy. Let me figure out how to save, and then I'll start Noita. There we go. That was exciting. We now have new thing that not work quite right just yet. Marvelous. Oh, the joy of new things. Gosh, that is delightful. Vote for European politics. This is a good one. You ever just have like a moment where you're like, man, food sure is good. I have moments like that some of the time. I suppose y'all probably wouldn't know this about me. But for the first like I don't know, 20 some years of my life, I did not have very strong feelings about food in general. And what I mean by that is that food was kind of I wasn't very easily food motivated. So that's an interesting thing. Okay. Okay, so this feller's got a bunch of that. Yeah, that's right, I remember now. So if we're gonna make that teleport wand, let's see if we can find the blood magics first, because that is the first and most major impediment at this stage to being able to use that. Not the end of the world, but definitely the first stage. The first hurdle that must be cleared. Light shot, and then a speed up, and then okay, divide by twos, and okay. Hey, hey, hey! Welcome on in, Meatball. I'm glad to have you. I will indeed.
Pretty smart, dude.
Gee. Let's see. Who's smart? Well, I mean, lots of people here are smart, but you know. Wait a minute. Why am I even holding on to this one? This is a slow but steady one. I need to just yoink all the spells off of that and be done with it. Oh, we got the divide buys we will need. Let's go ahead and fetch the divide buys off of here. And I suppose what I can do is I can toss the deadly heals over here. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. And I agree, it's good to see you, Meatball. How are you doing at this particular moment? I'm doing pretty alright today. Certainly been better, certainly been worse, you know. Pretty medium. So we're gonna need the teleport. And I'm not exactly sure what you have this right after the telly, right, and just before the explosive detonator, Kibble, and I do not know what this is. It looks to me like Oh! Projectile requirement, never mind, I figured it out. And this particular build will need an otherwise. Well, actually, I guess since we don't really need it, because here's what we should do. I have a few empty slots on this one. I'm going to scooch this guy. And this guy, and then toss this guy. Lovely. And then we're going to fetch this guy. Fantastic. Because and then we're gonna remove this, remove the auto aim. I have more than enough propane tanks, and it seems like everywhere I look, I find more of the spell propane tanks, so I'm fine. I am fine just removing those and using this as the platform for which we shall use the various things here. And actually, it occurs to me that maybe I had intended to entirely dispose of this one. Yeah, probably. Let's see to that here in a minute. Oh, I can post it for you again. Don't worry about it. You'll be more or less lurking for now. Difficult sleep, trying to compensate for it. Knowing it's not how sleep works. I can understand. Well, thing is, if you can't, like, if your body is unable to sleep at all, it is in fact better to just like lay there with your eyes closed for a while than nothing at all. So I wish you a good time with your eyes closed. Sort of kind of sleep time. Why'd I have to tell you what? Kibble? You know, I'll probably, you know, I will grab I will grab a 26 slot launch, sure. I will happily grab a second one. Or one that's basically empty. I do have those laying about. Like this one. I got 20 slots on here. Very good. So we need, I remember Spark. So we got Spark Bolt on here. We've got oh, I see. Oh, no, that makes more sense. Well, okay. Why you gotta be sensible, Kiblet? Why? Why you gotta make such good suggestions? That means that I should do the suggestions. Do you have any idea how much harder this makes my job? There's one. Because honestly, yeah, this guy... What the fuck was I even cooking with this one? I have no clue. Although this one is not upgraded yet, so never mind. I will grab a different one. Because when I said I had several wands of multitudes that were upgraded, I meant it. Do 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 do. Or maybe they're all already in use, in which case maybe they're all just in the one tab. Yeah, there's one of them. Where's one of the others? There's my fun little digging wand. Oh wait, the blood magic fixes it? Oh, Kibble. Oh, there's that blood magic. No wait, this wand build needs it. What the fuck is this wand build?
This run made me literally
this lag fest.
despair.
Maybe it's best if I don't use this wand and I take the blood magic off of it. Well, I suppose I'll screenshot it. And live with it. Live with the loss. Blood magic, I hardly, or this particular wand, I hardly knew ye. Although at that stage, if we're just basically disassembling the wand, if we're removing that, this thing just will not function without it. So at that stage, but really, this, okay, the entire point of this wand was to multiply the additional damage from the freezing gaze, like each projectile that it gets, like in the heavy shot, to multiply those things together and multiply by 8. If. Okay, because I can't, because I'm indecisive right now, I'm just gonna remove the wand from here. The way my tabs are sorted is, one is completed and functional wands that do something specific. So everything I take out of a wand in this tab, I'm giving something up. I am losing something in exchange for entertainment and fun. It's also where I put occasionally a wand so unfathomably good, like this one, that doesn't have anything on it. Like 313 mana maximum and 1665 mana recharge with no cast delay and 0.25 recharge time. Like, that's just like cataclysmically incredible, right? And so like I can't really in good conscience put that somewhere else really, other than the one tab, because the one tab is where the Giga Chad wands go, right? If you got Giga Chad wands, you put them in the one tab. I don't make the rules. I make the rules, but you know I don't make the rules. Less than 1 ad mana. Hmm? I do not understand. Hmm. Oh yeah, I remember this wand. I now have the tools to do exactly what I want with it. So I am going to move this one out, because what I wanted to do with this is I wanted to fill up basically as many of these extra slots here with heavy shot. Because I wanted to make art with all of these, right? I wanted to make something beautiful. Oh! So, less than 1 admin? I see. Right, but Kibble, you make the assumption that I'm gonna be even remotely able enough and good enough at wand building to do that on a regular basis with every wand I make, and that's just a silly assumption. It's an understandable assumption, but I'm afraid I'm just not quite that Giga Chad. Crit on water. I also occasionally put like wands in this category that are just like they have spells of such obscene rarity or such incredible value to me specifically that, you know, they're of incomparable value, so I sometimes put them in the one tab. I think I put this particular wand here because this is by far the best, possibly, might not be actually, now I'm thinking about it, explosive detonator wand that I have. I need to compare it with a couple of others. Why did I bother with this wand build? I don't know. What was that? What fucking... What was I cooking? I have no... Hey there, Schleefu. You were at the vet with your kitty cat? The little man's doing... I'm glad that the kitty man's doing fine. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Huh. And hey there, old man Windbreaker. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. How are you doing? And how am I doing? How am I doing? Right now, we're trying to make Kibble's dreams come true. And we are trying to make a very silly wand arrive into the real world from imagination land. From theory crafting land into true and veritable good shit stuff. It's supposed to be a teleport wand. Here is the wand of multitudes we ordered. This was ordered by one Kibble, and now I must put this wand up. Well, really, what I'll do first is I will fill this wand with spells that will then get transferred over to other places. And then we will start the wand building process in earnest. Oops. I did not mean to make big explosion. But, you know, sometimes you just make big explosion, and, you know, it's life, you know. The big explosions, sometimes it make you. You know, it just be that way. Okay. Excellent. Lovely, beautiful art. On a different note, look what you got. Oh. Oh, and thank you. That is true. This is the wand, yes. It's gonna be goofy and neat. 30 stream streak. Holy shit. That's incredible. You go. And good evening, good morning to you as well, Old Man Windbreaker. Glad to have you. A bit nauseous this evening for some reason. Doing alright otherwise. Oh, that's a little rough, that. It's true. That is true. you speak the truth, Old Man Windbreaker. Sometimes you make big explosion. You know, sometimes big explosion will make you. Yeah, this is life and also death. Here we go. We put this right here, and then we go on. Let's just grab one of the many storage ones. Let's fetch one that's like empty-ish. Well, I don't really need the. I do not need the partially emptied wand worm launchers at this stage. These are a bit superfluous, truly. And let's see. So, this particular wand, it does not really call. Yeah, it does not call for several of these silly things here. So we can, I want, as much as I would love to use this particular spell and other things, I do not need it right now. I do, however, no, that's a normal telly bolt, never mind. And this one does not want normal telly, I don't think. Well, I presume not, but because I don't know for sure right now what he's, who's cooking, but he does also want triple. It's gonna be quite the wand, I tell you, I'm sure. Oh, and bro, you want to rotate towards too, I see. I think I'm getting what this wand is intended to be and what its purpose is, its vibe is rather than its, you know, the purpose is pretty obvious, right? But wait, so projectile. So you sure projectile requirements a good one and not? Oh, so you got gift. Oh hell yeah, you got gifted a dunk string. That's awesome. You go. Okay. I'm inclined to agree. My gift sub to Dunk's channel actually just expired, so regrettably, I've not gotten it currently. But hey, this is life. Okay, so we got that. I believe this one looks to me like probably a short telly. No, that's a normal telly. Chaotic path can go there. Vacuum bounce up here. Speed up down here. I do the dunk wash. It really is a delightful emote. It's art. So we need the Nala and the light shot. Okay. So many ducks. Okay. Ah, there's a Nala. Nola. Okay. Now this guy. Just a storage wand, I see. Ah, there's the light shot. Okay. So now the main thing, the uncommon thing we're looking for in here now is the blood magic. So divide by 2 and 2 divide by 10s. Okay. Divide by 2, divide by 10. We need a holy lance. So we don't need to divide by 3. Got the crit on wet. Well, actually, because I'm gonna put this fella up here. Now, what else do we got here? We need to rotate towards. And this also obviously needs a chainsaw, so let's grab it a chainsaw. And let's also offload the things we're not going to use onto this particular one.
It's a me!
For example, the moo. Actually, no, I want the moo up here. Water trail down here. Arrows. And yeah, that's right. Well, no, we might need the invisible spell if I recollect. Although I already have an invisible spell up there, so I guess I can move this one off. Let's see here. Only needed one spark bolt, so I suppose we can move the second spark bolt over there. Move this guy up here. The 2 crit on oils up to here. Excellent. The meteor down here. I love the meteor spell, by the way. It's one of my all-time favorite spells. It's so much fun, it's so silly, it's so ridiculous, it's so over the top. In fact, it's so absurdly over the top, I would like to keep it in the hotbar. So now it's literally over the top, but also is very fun. Let me see about the 3rd blood magic. Hey there, Bob without a hat. Well, come on in. I'm glad to have you. It's a me, Alasiachi. Let's see. And I agree with you, Shleifu. Yeah, like, certainly, Dunk has a few emotes that are like, I would probably never use this. Interesting.
No.
Okay. I might want to remove speed up. Okay, and add a 3rd blood magic. I see. Okay.
No.
And that's just me posting this again so I can keep track of it. But yeah, let's see. We We have the add trigger. So, okay, now we're just...
I don't need
This
this. Your
guy.
mimic come. I don't need your mimic come.
No.
Mimics come.
Yeah, that's about right. No. Oh, I agree. This one. What the wand being hilarious. I see. And I am inclined to agree with you. Actually, yeah. This wand is pretty ridiculous. Oh, that's right. I also have a few extremely uncommonly used spells in the 1 tab. And those are, in fact, the requirement spells. Although I used to have them in 1, maybe I moved them to 3. I don't recall. In any case, I do, however, need to do that. Yes. Good, good. I've now moved the thing. It has been moved. Now the microphone is closer. It should be louder. We're looking for things. Yeah, it's probably in the tab of 3. Okay. Okay. Apparently no such luck. I must have gotten sick of it being there, then decided, no, I will not abide by this lack of organization. And then, of course, you know, promptly go on to lose the thing that I was like, this is causing disorganization. You know, as you do. Such is the, you know, quintessential experience of ADHD. Okay. Let's see, we're looking for actually, wait, has rotate towards shown up in any of these? Don't think so, no. Alright. Good. Here we are. Projectile spells. Now, we needed the... I think we have the other one. Well, I mean, where did I put the one with the otherwise? Was it this guy? Yeah, it sure was. Okay. Now, I can move this guy to here. Grab the otherwise. Long distance cast. Add trigger. Increase lifetime. So, starts out, we need the alpha, Nala. And I need to find another, I need to find an alpha somewhere. Something, 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 alpha, something, something. Something, something, Giga Chad, something, something. Ridiculous. Okay, so chainsaw over here. Endpoint. Now, that's where this is. Now we want to remove that, and we need... Now we're going to put this feller right back here. And now we're gonna grab back out, and we're gonna try to find more blood magic and some rotate tours. And an alpha. I'm reminded of that legal case where they had to like legit explain to like a judge what, like they had to explain everything to a judge about the Omegaverse, and they had to do it in like amidst a bunch of, you know, like legal jargon. And the fact that this had to happen is one of the most amusing occurrences in all of human history to me. I've already forgotten what reminded me of that, Kibble. I've already entirely forgotten. It was a fleeting thought. And the thought is entirely gone. Tee. Okay. Move this Mew down to here. Maravilloso. Move the Mew. Move the Mew. Do do da do. Let's see. Okay. This shit takes a lot of focus, I'm afraid. Otherwise, I would yap. I may end up tabling this if I can't find my blood magics. I may have to go on a little side adventure to heaven to go and purchase some of them. No, no I haven't. That's a great idea, Kibble. You're smart. Let's do that. Let's do the intelligent thing that an intelligent and sensible person would do. And actually check the wands that we've already removed from the circulation of things. There's our increased lifetime. That's just another... Well, realistically, I would like this endpoint to be on that other wand, so I am moving it there. We shall grab the increased lifetime and it will go in the place where it is meant to. We'll put the mule here. And then we shall set this guy back down. That's meant to be a ridiculous concentrated light wand. Ah, yes, I remember this abomination. I remember how this is so ill-conceived, I barely know where to begin, right? There's nothing about this that makes any sense. So, crit on blood. So, I do actually... Okay, you know, I was wondering about that. And they both are going to make worm blood in either case, so... Yeah, we'll just do that. So we got that. Now realistically, I'm gonna put that there a sec. I'm gonna move. Well, actually, no. I feel like actually nothing here makes sense. There's like actually not a damn thing in this wand that makes sense. Oh, and I did not. Or no, I did miss it. Yes, could you... one with the freezing gazes? Yeah. Yeah, I know I have one blood magic, but... I don't want to get rid of it yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to say goodbye. Oh no, whoops, I didn't mean to drop that. That's an important one, but you know what? Yeah, no, I'm making sure that gets stuck in the ceiling. I do not want an enemy wandering off with that. Some wands I could live with it. This is not one of those. Okay, now where's my damn blood magic? Because I know I purchased like 8 to 16 copies of that spell. Okay. Can you get a wand that's an always cast blood magic? Is that possible? You can? That's crazy. Shame about that one. I was expecting that one to have some blood magic on it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I must have already taken the blood magic off of that particular one, but it's okay. We'll find more blood magic. And if not, we'll go to the heavens and we'll find more blood magic up there. Oh my goodness, I'd certainly be thrilled about that. Schleifu, I would not be upset about that. I would certainly be very, very pleased. It's written about on the wiki, damn. You can get a wand with always with the always cast perk, you can get a wand with always cast blood magic X4, which can do some pretty funny stuff. That sounds like one of the most ridiculous things. Any always cast spell is free except for add mana and blood magic. What is that? What exactly does that mean? That it's free? Like, meaning it doesn't have a cost? Like, I just don't know what that even means in, like... So it doesn't cost mana, so that means you get nothing out of it, right? Because it's giving you a negative mana cost. Like, the benefit is its cost. And I would agree with that, Shleefu, you right. You speak the truth. You smart. Somebody please redeem the "you're pretty smart" dude for me, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, this is gonna be the divide by 100 here. And then I will return. I will give this wand a divide by 4. So that way the wand will not feel as though I have robbed them. I know the wand doesn't have feelings. You don't need to tell me that. I'm well aware. But you know, it still means that I don't want to steal from it. I only want to take the things if I need them. It doesn't make any sense. I'm aware. You can't. Oh, there's rotate towards. That's one of those things I'm looking for. Very good. You always cast cost at most 0 mana. Really? Because yeah, I was looking to do a few experiments with always cast. However, that saves me quite a lot of trouble to know that. Cost 0. Oh, but it cost. Oh, I get it then. Okay, so it's still negative 30 if it's always cast add mana. That's great news. That's excellent news, truly. That's really quite funny. My character appears to have gotten stuck. Well, rip to that liquid here. Wait, can I eat the liquid from here? No, it's a shame. Oh well. Quick, eat the liquid! Eat the liquid! Fast! Before it all flows away! Eat the liquid! Get your 6 seconds of the concentrated mana. It's obviously very important.
No.
No. How fun. It's really silly stuff like this that makes the game really
Pretty smart, dude.
amusing, just consistently funny to me. Just like silly ass shit like that happening. Like, oh, the game has decided you are stuck in the wall now. And it's just like, oh good, this is your life now. Okay. Which one is this? The teleport. Oh, this one is one of my favorites. This wand is great. Some of the things on it are not necessary, but it's great because it just teleports right on top of the enemies, and it deploys a rock that is also a tentacle monster. A very cute tentacle monster, but a tentacle monster nonetheless. I'm pretty proud of the build myself. It turned out really well. It was quite literally everything I'd hoped. It's not every day that a build you make is actually legitimately everything you hoped it would be. I remember now. I also put these things on here. and they are not necessary. So I need to put them on a different wand. But simultaneously, well, here's the small tele bolt we need. Yeah. Frozen slime. Neat. I didn't know that frozen slime turned a different color. That's cool. Pretty smart, dude. Don't worry, it's okay, Bob without a hat. I also slow. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, a lot of us be slow typers here in chat because, you know, typing fast is difficult. Like, genuinely, when I see Titalar able to type at, like, 1,000,000 trillion words per, like, per frame of the game happening, I'm like, holy shit. How is this even a thing, right? You're very funny, Kibble. I'm very amused by your statement, as if everyone here has not, you know, been trying to do that for years. Some people just type slowly. I am now going to have this extremely strange tasting yogurt-esque beverage thing. Mostly just because it has a lot of potassium, and I don't get enough potassium in my diet. But, like, man, it's gonna taste so weird. The first one I had tasted all sorts of strange. Like, not, like, bad strange, just, like, a little unpleasant sort of strange, you know? It's weird and unpleasant in the same way that a peanut butter smoothie is a little weird and unpleasant no matter how you do it. How a peanut butter smoothie always ends up tasting a little bit too peanut buttery. It just occurred to me that that this is the manner in which it's strange. Yeah, that is a good pro tip. Do not eat straight potassium. That sounds possibly even somewhat dangerous. Nom nom. Nom nom. What am I doing? Getting stun locked on this particular wand when I don't really need to. Actually, no, yeah, I'll do this. Yeah, that's fine. So, Kibble, in your experience, eat straight moss instead. In your experience, how much of a difference does one speed up make on a chain bolt? Because of, like, I don't want to have to try it with, like, the Tau setup. I would like to know in your opinion. Does it make a lot of difference? And then, what about two speed up on chain bolt? Eh. In terms of just making the chain bolt go further, I guess, is what I'm asking about. I see that Mr. Kitty Man wishes to make sin biscuits. Well, I will not be stopping you. Make your sin biscuits if you must, Mr. Kitty. Where the hell my blood magic at? Do do do. Where the hell my blood magic at? Do 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 do. Give me my blood magic. Do 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 do. Where all my blood magic at? Do 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 do. Give me all my blood magic, yeah, 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 yeah. Give me all my blood magic, do 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 do, do 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 do. Usually not much difference, you guys. One speed up, not a ton of difference since the base speed. And that's a great question, Kibble. How do I... You know, Kibble, if I knew the answer to that question, I would never have lost anything in my entire life. Because frankly, I lose so many things so often. It's just the way it is, you know. I have long since made peace with it, you know. It's just one of those things, right? Some of the time you misplace the things. In inexplicable ways, inexplicable quantities. And that's just how it be. Let's see here. Got a towel. Oh, I remember now. That was my failed attempt to make that work. To make a not exactly a wisp that would spawn a bunch of There's a blood magic. So now we have one, optionally two, blood magic. That's good. Little Fiffle, I'm afraid, like, the spot you located in is most inconvenient. You're making it so I can barely use my keyboard. You know what? You are totally right, actually. Yeah, you're so right. So now we're also looking for a Holy Lance. This is what we're also looking for now. Okay, now my kitty has moved so that I can use my keyboard again. Because some of the time the kitty just says, no. No more keyboard. And who am I to argue with his resplendence and immense fluffiness? You know, it's just like, that's a tall order to argue with such a fluffy little guy. Okay, now let's scooch these guys. Let's scooch over these guys over to here. You should move over. The Holy Lance was on one of the wands in the base, around and above the middle of the shop. Well, you have a great memory, mister. I sure am impressed. And gone ironically, that is impressive that you remember that shit. I had entirely forgotten. Does placate do anything to wand refresh? Okay. Kitty, you're making this awfully difficult. Oh, I see. That's what happened. Pa. And oh my goodness, and thank you for the squish power. I much appreciate it. D. 2 Bs are needed in Tropio. Because I love Tropio, and this is how we know. Don't worry, it's okay. You can get it. I believe in you. I believe you. I believe in you. If at first you can't succeed, then give it a sec. There you go. See. I am pleased. You did great. Alright, so here's what I need to do with the kitty cat. I'm just gonna pick him up. And I'm gonna snuggle him until I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you. And then I'm just gonna snuggle the kitty until he decides he is done. I hope you guys heard the kitty man express his opinions. Yep, he has opinions. He's got opinion. Oh, okay. Kitty decided he had such opinions that he would jump down, and yes, that would be that. Well, now that I have the opportunity, I'm gonna eat 2 things. Can I translate? He says, but you can't understand it. That's totally valid. It's in the native language of his people. He say, I'm making sin biscuits because you aren't giving me enough snuggles and fluffs. And I'm gonna continue making my sin biscuits. And now that you decide you want to snuggle, I'm gonna be pretending like I don't want the snuggles. See how you like it, you bastard! That's what the kitty says. Yeah. God, I love kitty cats. They're just such adorable little guys, you know? They're just such little troublemakers, you know? I love it. They are adorable, precious little troublemakers, they are. Okay. Let's go ahead and put these, well, yeah, no, well, no. Yeah. Yeah, this can just go right here. This is fine. Yeah. Now that's right. You said we had a Holy Lance in the middle of the thing. Oh shit, you're so right. Let's grab that. Oh wait, I just saw one. Aw, darn. Maybe it'll just have to have maybe it dissolved into the ether. Oh, there it is. But don't we also need slice damage? What do you mean, why would I need slice damage? Aren't there things that, like, you need slice damage to kill? And you're right, Shlifu, I definitely wanted to go to New Game Plus 3, but then I got too absorbed in the wand crafting, quite frankly. And now frankly, we're so far dug into it that we might as well do some more wand crafting. And then later go to New Game Plus 3. However, I do kind of just like, because, you know, my metaphorical... Well, okay then, Kibble. That's all good with me then. That seems like a solid plan then. Oh. I know I've told you before, but I love pound cake so much. I especially love how dollar to calorie efficient it is. Let me tell you about this, because it's one of my favorite things. So, dollar to calorie, you're getting something like 400 calories per dollar, which is excellent. And it's delicious. What more could you want? Pound cake for the win. Hell yeah. It's good shit. But because I feel like I'm getting a smidge antsy, Kibble, do you know where exactly heaven is? I would like to go up there. And fetch things. Yes, correct, the shops. I always get lost when I'm trying to find them, and I spend a really absurd amount of time. I already emptied hell. I'd have to go down several parallel worlds, and it would start to affect performance. But the bigger problem is that I've already emptied out all of the valuable things from hell in this parallel world, and I guess I could go back like 4 parallel worlds to the left. Okay. So up from the fish pond to the Mimic Quest Island. From up there. And is the fish quest to the right of the Holy Mountain, or the fish pond to the right of the Holy Mountain? Is that right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. You know, I'm copying this and just leaving this because, frankly, it's embarrassing how often I don't know where the heaven shop is. And you know what? Oh, that's a good quote. That's a good quote. Mm-hmm. That is a good quote, TBH. It's a good one. Because it's not good to root your identity in your ideas. It's good to root your identity in more abstract things that A, nobody can take from you, and B, you know, are more reflective of your truest essence, I suppose. Oh yeah, guys, I wanted to tell you. We're gonna, because it's Monday, and Monday is the equivalent of the day in my streaming schedule that is like, I don't know, the least. It's the most different from the other days, realistically. So we'll call it, Moderate Madness Monday. And I'm gonna just do what I want for a little bit. And so I'm gonna talk to you guys about some fantastic science news. Some of it's bad news, but some of it's great news. And I'm just gonna go we're gonna discuss some fun things that I learned. So I learned a fascinating thing called. So there's this great little article. I'll just share it with you immediately. Here is the title. It's quite the provocative title. It's AI didn't destroy critical thinking, we did. And what it's all about is that for years, and basically this makes the point that I made in a paper about like how fucked that basically I outlined. Okay, so essentially what I did was in terms like that made it clear that like didn't make it super obvious initially what I was talking about. I outlined all of higher education's failure, well, really low, like just earlier educations like high school, and well, not early, but you know what I'm saying, high school and higher education, and I outlined all of their failures, but in abstract terms that were separated from the actual discussion of it as higher education. Now, then I connected it back to it, and then I said that, because I basically said, now, would any sane basically, yeah. It was a long paper that I never did much with. I didn't finish it, mind you, so I'm sure I left many of them out. No, Schleifu, I'm not, because frankly, I was mostly analyzing higher education's failures to do what the most basic functions it intends, right? How to my recollection, there were several things. Like one of them was just to learn shit. Another was to prepare you for like a job of some variety. Another was to make you more employable and whatnot. I guess you can say it's part of that other thing. Another is to find a spouse. As strange as that may sound, when you look at the numbers, that's part of it. Another one is there's actually quite a lot of them. And that's totally valid, Shlifu. The education system fails in more ways than you could ever understand, let alone explain. That's super valid and fair. But yeah, basically this paper went on to it. Oh, and I forgot. I did in fact hit the enter button. That's good. Yeah, paste the link. But basically, I went on to talk about how this shit kind of shredded. That no sane person would engage in this pointless suffering contest if they knew all this information about all of its profound failures. And when one considers how much college-age students drink, right, And it's not a wonder that they're drinking so much. They're depressed about all of the debt that they're getting into for no real gain. And they seek to forget. Like, I never really drank during college, but I knew lots of people that did. They all kind of there were lots of reasons they drank. Some of them were cultural. Some of them were like, yeah, exactly. You know, thank you. Like, because I basically just talked about the whole thing as a pointless suffering contest. And I just outlined that higher education is a pointless suffering contest that no sane person would engage in. And that restoring it to its more basic actually, what I went into was that even if you don't wish to remove its most basic essence as a suffering contest, then at least equalize it so that people who have already suffered a whole bunch, i.e., various minorities and people with disabilities, are not actively disenfranchised and prevented from getting through the system, right? So basically, you could, I didn't phrase it this way at the time, but you could basically consider it a type of affirmative action, yeah. But yeah, that's essentially what I was arguing in the paper. Yeah. Like I said, never got around to doing anything with this particular paper. But this fucking thing basically makes all my arguments for me. Right? Because it basically just talks about how in the past years people have been learning less and less and less, right? In their fucking on their way through school, and how even in you know, colleges and shit, they're here's the line. And we can actually look at the thing it's from, right? Or this particular thing it's from, because I'm more interested in that than I am in this particular study specifically. Results from the Collegiate Learning Assessment, CLA, indicated that two prominent scholars incited two prominent scholars to conclude the college students were academically adrift and learning almost nothing across their years in college. Now, the reason for this, in my particular opinion, is that it's got almost everything to do I'm sorry, I'm just so appalled by the stupidity of the authors is all. I'm disturbed by the fact that they came to the right conclusion by the wholly wrong means. I despise at least one of these two authors. Boo. How dare you? Because they are correct that higher education faces crises on a number of fronts, but colleges are failing at their most basic mission, and this demands the attention of everybody. But yes. Now, let's see. Who the fuck? Arum and Roska. Funny. Okay, I see. Those are the authors of this thing. And yeah. You claim it's a report. Seems awfully goddamn biased in your... Sorry. Sure, I'll hear about the German education system. I'm always down. But yeah, sorry. I was just a little bit disgusted at the thing I was reading, because they were basically blaming students for socializing with each other for the decline in the quality of education. And I'm like, you stupid pieces of shit. How the fuck is that responsible when literally first off, I'm just going to lay it out like, super genius, obviously, yes. Like, I'm just going to lay it out super simply. They're not getting enough sleep. You can't learn if you can't sleep. Fundamentally, the entire learning process of the human brain, the human body, the mind, everything hinges on sleep. This is an academically well-established, entrenched fact, known for many decades, that if you, in fact, I would say it's been known more like generally. Exactly, Kibble. Because yeah, socializing and be more productive if anything. So I'm just very pissed off that these people like were correct that yes, students are learning almost nothing, and then they just find a way to blame the students still somehow. I'm like, motherfucker, what in the hell is wrong with like? And maybe that's just a really bad way that they framed that article. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions a little fast here. Entirely possible, nay, even probable. But TBH, the way that they phrase that is just You know what? I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna actually read it again so that I can really grasp whether or not this is the case. So they claim that. Let's see. Well, I mean, here's the actual main thrust of it that's important to us that I'm not appalled by. I mean, I am appalled by it, but not at the authors. The thing is that their analysis of more than 2,300 undergraduates at 24 institutions, 45% of the students demonstrated no significant improvement in a range of skills, including critical thinking, complex reasoning, and writing, during their first 2 years of college. And as troubling as the findings are, the authors argue that for many faculty and administrators, they will come as no surprise. Instead, they're the expected result of and then this is the fucking part that I despise, that I hate, that I'm just like, how did you fuck up this badly, you dumbasses? This will come as no surprise. Instead, they're expected results of a student body distracted by socializing or working and an institutional culture that puts undergraduate learning close to the bottom of their priority list. I'm like, I'm sorry, bud. Why did you put the most important thing at the end, you fuckers? TBH, you should have just gotten rid of that line, distracted by socializing, entirely. Leave it at, expect a result of a student body working and an institution, like, working through their entire, academic career. And maybe add not getting enough sleep, and then do your, the bottom of the priority list. And just like, how do you fuck that shit up so badly? Frankly, I would just want to, write out a scathing ass review, right? Or a scathing ass response. This is why I have always belonged in academia. My instinct is to just start writing out a scathing review of why these people fucked up and how they fucked up and why they should do better. Right? And yeah, it's ridiculous. Cracks me up. But yeah, Schlieffusay. In Germany, states are in control of their education, so the subjects requirements are not identical between states. The state you live in prides itself on the hardest education. That sounds awful. Education in Germany. However, this leads the people from your state having way better opportunities because their final grade is kind of worth more, even if it's worse, and a better grade from another state. Also, students in your state suffer disproportionately from burnout. I'm not surprised. Poor Schlieffu. That's rough. Right, Kibble, but you gotta think of it this way. Them including such a thing lays plain as day their opinions. Right? In a summary of their work. Them allowing a publisher to use that as the summary. Because most of the time, if the authors don't give the publisher a summary to use, which these people almost assuredly did, that you either provide the preface or the introductory page as your basically summary, right? And given the fact that does not appear to be what's happened here, oh man, this does not bode well. And that's totally fair, Kibble. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. One of the things you get really good at in academia and when you're reading papers is you get good at learning like what words and shit are associated, and like what phrasings of certain things are associated with certain like outlooks on like, and especially who you believe to be the root of the issue and what you believe to be the root of the issue. You learn to suss these things out based on the framing of various issues. And because they frame, first off, their syntax, the way they structure their sentences, put the curriculum, basically first off, the fact they didn't use the word curriculum. Secondly, the fact that they did not discuss sleep tells you three things. That they're poorly informed, for one. Two, that they don't understand very well anything about learning science. This, like the science of learning. And the three, they're probably more like, they probably have more of a background in like education administration than they do in, you know, anything else, right? Than necessarily the actual learning process. So there's going to be this huge disconnect between like they're going to be a lot more likely to be individually focused on the students as the problem, right? I think the kids these days, when in reality the problem is not kids these days. The problem is actually just that, like, as the author of the original paper that I was pointing out, right, is going into, there's just been so little focus on critical thinking in past years in the American like education system, or just education systems more generally, really, that it's just kind of like, yeah, it just kind of points to this having been a much broader issue, right? And the fact that they can like with any amount of seriousness in their like summary. I disagree entirely, Kibble. What do you know about the publishing industry? Especially of academic literature. So, Kibble, I'm going to say this in the nicest way possible. You're dead wrong. Every word you put to paper matters hugely, to an extent you could not fathom, because when you are an author, every single word you write down, first off, like, you do not use the first thing you write down, nor the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, eighth, 10th, sometimes not even the 100th version. You have to, like, tweak so many different things so many different times to the point where every single word, the order of the sentences, which words you use, everything is so thoroughly tailored, incredibly well put together, and engineered to be perfect. Correct, yeah. So the point being, because it's so filtered, it's more reliable to use as insight. Yes, precisely so. Exactly, right? Because if the minimum you can always... I understand what you're saying there, Bob Without a Hat. And we can get to that in a moment. The minimum you can conclude is intentionality. Right? The maximum you can include is actually what their intent was. But you can basically, at minimum, conclude the words were put like that on purpose. Meaning you can basically conclude several things. That basically it wasn't haphazard. They didn't do this by accident. Which could then either tell you they're an idiot, they're thoughtless and careless, or, you know, they intended to do this, and then it worked from that conclusion, right? So, at minimum, you can conclude this was done with some level of intentionality, so that you don't necessarily have to assume that they were idiots. Or malicious, or whatever else, right? Like, or maybe, like, that does mean that they're malicious, right? But in any case, due to the sheer amount of filtering Yeah. Yeah. So, and I say this as somebody who both was very seriously considering being an author and knows many people who were authors, are authors, have succeeded at being authors, have failed at being authors, and most everything in between, as well as people in academia failed at being in academia. Same deal, right? And I can tell you that, yeah, when a person writes something and something that's not just like a fucking blog, or just something of that nature, right? Or just a random, like, article and whatnot. Although there are many things on the internet where, like, the amount of intentionality and, like, well put togetherness is not merely just comparable, but in fact well and truly far above what you might expect even from an academic, like, sort of thing. But those are rare, of course. But then, even in such cases, right? Yeah, there's just... A person writes such things for a reason. Whether it be to make money, to convince somebody of something, to push an agenda because they believe it, because, like, it's gonna further their career, or some combination of these things. Or, because they believe it's the right thing to do, because they believe in science. But more often than not, it's not going to be because they believe in the scientific process. If they're, like, pushing ideas that are like directly harmful to people in this way, right? Because by blaming the students, it gives other people leave to not immediately deal with the problem. Right? So you have to then ask the question, who benefits from such a conclusion, right? Because you also need to consider that when you publish something in any sort of science, you need to also consider the harm you're doing by publishing those results. Right? Because there have been many things, like, in fact, this often is something that happens earlier than doing the actual data collection and whatnot, right? But sometimes it, like, you don't realize until, like, you've actually collected the data and you have the analysis ready, right? That, maybe publishing this data is bad. Maybe this could result in a bad thing. Maybe people could easily twist this data and this work into something bad and harmful to people, right? And this is something you have to consider as, like, when you're an academic, is that people are going to take your work more seriously than other things. As a consequence of being taken more seriously, it means that you have to be a lot more intentional and incredibly carefully measured about what you say. People, I think somebody said a while back, why do I talk like a politician? It's because I'm an academic. Because you have to be so incredibly measured about what you say and how, lest your words be used in ways that are extremely harmful. Yeah. Damn, I was spitting fire just then, wasn't I? Okay. I'm gonna plug in my... I am delighted by that, Kibble. That is so good. You have not chosen your words carefully. I now believe slimes can breathe I mean, most most hamperchamp related slimes can in fact breathe fire, because indeed they can produce pressures well in excess of what produces diamonds. So producing, a little bit of superheated plasma By compressing some air. A trivial task, truly. Breathing fire? Mm-hmm. Honestly, a fire-breathing slime would be a great little emote or something. I should also absolutely make a... Oh my god, I'm writing that down. It's a great idea. It'll be a cute little hamper spitfire. Hamper spit and fire emote. That could be amazing. I'm gonna plug in the speaker now that it has charged some. Yeah. Oh, and in fact, it is done charging. What lovely time. Come on, game. I know you can do it. What if I unplug and plug back in? How about now? And what if I teleport? Come on, game. Why you not feel like getting along with speaker today? Maybe that'll do it. A slime can hope. And then hell yeah, that sounds a great one. That sounds fantastic. I'm looking forward to it, certainly. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick. I'll be right back. Gotta get rid of them pre-rolls. Very good. I am returned. Oh, I was just talking to Stream, love. Ah, lovely. I grabbed an ice pack. Tee. Let's see. So, but we've got. Have you ever been digitally immortalized and wondered Is it actually you? Or a mere digital copy? But worry not, because we, in Extremely Moral Inventions, LLC, have solved this simple philosophical dilemma. This device right here will will one by one be replaced will one by one replace parts of your brain with mechanical replicas, making sure that it's just a mere copy and 100% not you. Another person comes to the avatar. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's not a ship. Who even is Theseus? That's pretty silly. That's pretty silly. I am delighted. That's fantastic. That is some high tier silliness, and I love it. I support this level of ridiculous. I endorse this amount of silliness, but yes, not your idea. Even still, that's okay. It's still funny as all hell, so it's okay. I like funny things. That sounds great. I'll take 5. Yeah. Okay. Now here's what I want to do right for now. I'm actually gonna, because I don't want to finish making this. Okay, actually no. Do I have like all the parts for this wand? I think maybe. Let me check. I think I might. If so. Now, did I take the caffeine tablet I want? I think I did. That's right. I remember now. I know what the issue is. It's time for 3/4 of an Adderall. That's the issue. Naturally. Been streaming about 2 hours. I had a caffeine. But that caffeine was more so just to prevent a headache. So this Adderall is more so just full good stuff. One long distance. Well, I think I've got the long distance cast on there. Yeah, I've got the long. Unless it needs 2 long distance casts, in which case I think I have a second one in the expanded spell inventory. So, blood magic. I guess we can start like this. I would prefer. Oh, actually, wait. I will use my secondary explosive detonator so I don't have to get rid of my other tele wand. I only have 2. Hands down, probably one of the singularly most uncommon spells that I possess. Right up there with Summon Fish. I've only got the one of those. It takes 2 long distance casts? Okay. Yoink. Okay. Good stuff. Okay. Alright, so now we just need to put everything in place. We're gonna start out by using 2 blood magics because I don't feel like doing 3 just yet. There was a third of my spell storage. Are you for real? Oh, fuck yeah. Man, Kibble, you are very perceptive. Thank you for that. God bless you. That's great. I am very pleased that you are paying much better attention than me. You're doing great. Much appreciated. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So, lay blood magic, lay blood magic. And then I suppose we gotta empty out the, you know, let's fire off the, well, actually, I can do that later, frankly, it's fine. No rush. Oh wait, the alpha was the other one. Did I have an alpha in here? No. That's right, the alpha's probably one of the very last things that I need. Shouldn't be too hard though. Because I am pretty sure I've got at least one of these guys somewhere around here. I will read this in just a moment after I look for the alpha on the main page of wands, and then if I cannot find it, then oh, there it is. Aha! Look at that. Look at that. I knew I had one around here. It's very nice when I do in fact remember a thing correctly. I guess I will set you right there for the time being. And then, that's right, I had a spare of you. Excellent. Okay. Alpha. Nala. Light shot. Alpha Nala, light shot. Tally. Projectile requirement. Well, that's right, I need to move this endpoint. Yeah, onto this one. Because this one is basically just entirely these types of spells. And yeah, it's there for this exact reason. Boop. Oh, that's very funny. This was in the correct spot. Hilarious. Projectile spells. Explosive detonator. Otherwise. Long distance cast. Add trigger. Increase lifetime. LDC. No, that's not right. Rotate towards, that's what it was. Rotate towards. I'll move you right there for a moment. Otherwise, long distance cast. Add trigger. Increase lifetime. Rotate towards. Long distance cast. Triple spell. Divide by 2. Divide by 10. Divide by 10. Crit on bloody. Oh, it needs 2 Nalas? Okay. Crit on bloody. Nala. Bloody. End point. It seems to me that it can only afford the 2 of these guys. The two blood magics, that is. But mind you, I can just drink, what's it called? Concentrated mana if I really need. So. I know Holy Lance is in the wrong spot. Oh, wait, that's what... Oh, that's the issue. Oh, I understand. Now I gets it. Scooch. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Scoochity scooch. Scoochity scooch. 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 I know I need it. I'm just scooching. Nala. Crit on wet. Nala. Blood. Holy Lance. So, and then the spark bolt will be all the way at the end there. Okay. Scoochity scooch. Scooch. Scoochity scooch. Many scoochy scooch. Why spark bolt? Why not energy orb? I thought that maybe that you'd miscounted a little bit. I thought so. That's smart. Wait, what if I did... Could I do something... I guess it would be a few extra more frames if I did energy orb. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be quite perfect, would it? Alpha Nala. Okay. Let's see how it go. That's pretty nice. Pretty juicy. Not gonna lie to you, you kinda cooked with this one. I don't know, man. That seems excessive. Especially if I do that. In terms of the, you know, the third blood magic, that just seems kind of extra. Oh wait, no, give me a sec. Like I may have, let's just make sure I arranged it correctly first. Because it's not outside the realm of possibility. Alpha Nala. Telly. Projectile requirement. Explosive detonator. Otherwise, long distance cast. Add trigger. Increase lifetime. Rotate towards. Long distance cast. Triple. These guys. Crit on wet. Null. Blood. Holy Lance. Endpoint. Chainsaw Sparkbolt. No, it seemed fine to me. You say it's not awakened. Is that so? Well, I guess I'll just stand here and I will drink some concentrated mana, because as it happens, I need to drink concentrated mana. And even if it ain't working the way it's supposed to, let's find out. No. Boop. I also love the way that the summon platforms are not, you can't kill them even with explosive detonator once you wispify them. But you're just kind of stuck with them. Although I still don't know if spells to acid or spells to power could kill them. They probably could if I had to guess, but I haven't tried it yet. No, it would be fun. I will have fun messing about with them. So I guess well, I mean, hear my thought process, right? Aren't these things like getting, I guess for me, like, okay. So what fucks me up with like the 26 cast thing, it's part of what confuses the hell out of me, is like, what does it mean for the material to be cast at the same time? Like, I understand that they're going to be in the same shot state, right? I get that much. But what gives this stuff, like the crit on this, why does it prioritize the Holy Lance and not the material? Like, why isn't the material like considered a projectile to some extent, right? You know, you sure it's not getting fired from the original location? It just doesn't look like it. It isn't prioritizing either. Meaning it gets applied to both? Meaning it gets applied to everything? Does that include the spark bolt? Oh, I see. About being fired, confusing you, and they should be in the long distance cast. I do not understand what I am supposed to take from this. I do not understand. On the other hand, though, this is a buttery smooth kind of, it's pretty buttery smooth in terms of its... Oh, wow. What amount of damage was that? What unhinged fucking damage was that shit? That one was not near the unhingedness of the other. Huh. That's a fuck ton of damage. Whee! Oh, modifiers apply to all the things in the shot state. I get it, okay. I see, that makes sense. No, but like what you delivered on what I asked for. I asked for something that, you know, could deal with everything. And, you know, it's not doing a perfect job doing that, but it's not doing a bad job or nothing. It's doing a sufficiently good job. Because, you know, being able to just, like, hit everything all the time, very hard work. Or, like, being able to kill everything. That is not a simple task for just one wand. Yeah, I was kind of wondering why you had opted for... Actually, I want you to explain to me first why you had opted for the rotate towards as opposed to normal homing. I would like to hear your reasoning. I will try it, but I'm just curious as to why you had opted for that in the first place. I see you say not working as you expected it would, but I'm curious how you expected it would. Scooching on through the worm blood, doo-doo-doo. We're scooching on through the warm blood, doo-doo-doo. Scooching on through the warm blood, doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, also, I was watching some interesting videos recently, as in yesterday and today, about the concepts of I believe it's called the Cliffoth, or the Clefoth. You might have heard of it from the very silly anime Black Clover. Rotating effect isn't work. I see what you mean. But yeah, and I was so I was learning about the Clefoth, or the Cliffoth, and the other Kabbalah things, and yeah, from a fun little YouTube channel called Esoterica. It's a neat little channel if y'all haven't seen it. But yes, and it's been very fun learning about various bits and bobs about like how these things were made, and like how it was about the formation of like what these people believed. He was trying to like make sense of the evil in the world. Their view was that during the creation of the world, there was like this kind of like cosmic detritus that like was let off in the moment of creation. So I think that's some fucking bizarre shit, and that it was like some dark reflection of reality. And I find that very fascinating, interesting, and quite, I don't know, neat. Not especially apropos to the fabric of reality, but neat. Nah! I love kicking the fellers. It's very funny. Hello, monsieur. Have you considered trying to attack me now that I have kicked you? Has the idea crossed your mind, mayhaps? I would like if you were to throw some flasks, mister. Why? mostly just for giggles. I have actually no like logical reason. I would just like you to throw some flasks if you wouldn't mind. Yay! Thank you, mister, for the throwing the flask. I appreciate it. Thank you also for the next flask. I appreciate. Much appreciated, good sir. Well, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna drink this entire flask, and then I'm just gonna toss it. Okay, Mr. Flask Thrower. If you would be so kind. See? That shit cracks me up. I love the way that he just goes flying. It's too good. It's too good, I tell you. It's too funny. I find it interesting that tab 5 doesn't work. I don't know where they go. Whether they go into some, like, oblivion chamber of some variety, whether they're destroyed or whether they just go to the end of tab 4, I do not know. 'Tis not important, though. Well, I guess that's all the flasks we're gonna get out of him with how obscenely overpowered our kick is. Now let's see here. The thought process was that homing could slow stuff sometimes, especially with max speed projectiles. Wait, long distance cast makes the projectiles maximum speed? Really? Oh! Really? It itself is a projectile? What? This is news to me. That's bizarre. This is huge news. Like, it is so bizarre. This makes me want to go out of my way. So it's a projectile with an expiration. That's so fucking bizarre. I had no idea. That's so cool. You know, I love learning. Learning is so neat. Whee! Whoa. Oh my god, it just occurs to me. I could go and slay the baddies who are existing in the Loki lair that, you know, I left because they were a bit too much of a pain in the buttocks to slay. How fun. How marvelous. How excellent. Whee! Whee! And I can also make heaps of gold while doing it. This is great. This is marvelous news. Truly excellent. Woo! A heart. Fun. Yippee! Woohoo! And I can convert this stuff into concentrated mana, which I can drink. 'Cause I am a concentrated mana drinking machine, I tell ya. I will have my concentrated mana. And it will be delicious. And I agree, the homing is working a good bit better. I mean, honestly, like, here's the thing, though. Like, any type of everything wand that anybody ever makes is never gonna be, like, that good at anything. Right? It's just gonna do okay at a lot of things. Oh, darn, I wanted that gold. Dang. Right, and it genuinely doing okay at a lot of things is actually sufficient, right? Because, like, I don't expect this to be the best, you know, kill stuff wand, and I don't expect it to be the best telly wand, and I don't, although it is a pretty damn solid telly wand, right? Right, and I don't expect it to be the very most solid, like, I guess just anything else wand, right? Like, it's meant to just be sufficient, right? Although I do suspect that, you know, it may cease to be sufficient here if I go to New Game Plus 3, given its lackluster damage performance here. Right? Like, it's not bad, just a little lackluster. Woo! I love the gold collection process in this game. It's so tasty. It's so fun. It is so very satisfying, I say. Oh, we got a wand. We got a wand, folks. You know, it's not bad, actually. And especially since I'm in the mood to collect wands and run around and do goofy shit, that's what we're gonna do for a little bit. Also, Essence to Power is probably this. It just occurs to me. Essence to Power would solve our damage problem. Yeah, like, not just occurs to me, but I guess it occurs to me that this had already occurred to me earlier, that the best solution to our damage problems is likely going to be Essence to Power. That's nice that it could be that, right? But, you know what? I like this because this way it can be a lot safer. And I, you know, like, this wand is, like, because, again, it's one wand slot, right? Now, if I end up, like, for some reason not having any type of damage wand at some other stage, then maybe, like, choosing that intentionally, right? Then maybe I will 100x the damage. Would the purpose there be, or the manner in which you go about that be with other divide bys, I take it? Let's first just, very quickly, let's just grab the bounce off of here. Oh, it's vacuum bounce, is it? Fuck yeah. I also just kind of feel like firing this wand several times. Because sometimes you just feel like being a menace. This fucking wand. Ridiculous. I tell you, random projectile is something else. Very silly wand. Very silly spell. I do, however, rather quite love the silliness of random projectile. It's very goof. What's not to love, truly? There we are. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I remember. I remember running into this particular one a while back, and I remember thinking to myself, why is this so mediocre? I could think of no answer. And it's Path of Dark Flame that does not get any modifiers, right? Or one of the things that doesn't take modifiers. Am I remembering correctly? Just gotta eat acceleratium. Do 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 da do da do 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 da do. Gotta eat some acceleratium. Do 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 do. Nom 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 nom. Gotta eat that acceleratium, yeah. Gotta eat that accelerator. It's chaotic polymorphine immunity. Do 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 do. Chaotic polymorphine. What? No. I just eat. It's from Iron Stomach, silly. See? Only 12 seconds. It's because I ate something that was chaotic, that is or was chaotic polymorphine. Maybe that's a, I mean, that could be like a Latali's quality of life change. That's possible. But, I don't know. I would not know. I am no super genius of keeping track of these things. I thought that they did. But then again, I've only ever played with Latali's quality of life mod. Because the game didn't really... I mean, that's not true. I did play for a little bit. But I never got to the point where I had Iron Stomach. And I could, you know, test it out. Yeah, this wand is lovely. I really appreciate this wand, Kibble. This wand is great. Like, it's truly just fantastic, right? I love it a lot. Honestly, yeah, that would be nice. But I'm honestly, I'm so satisfied with it. The fact that, like, it does in fact just teleport and kill the things and dig, and the fact that it does all of them really well is so nice, and it makes me very pleased. Because, yeah, like, that just, it makes it a lot simpler. It also means that I could realistically probably retire this wand. Oh dear, I gotta be careful. I don't want no fungal shifts. Because then it'll be acid into held material, and I wanna keep acid, and I don't want to risk the chance that it'll just ignore the held material. Ooh, chest. Oh, I see. Not a very good chest, but that's okay. Whee! And boop. There you go. Just convert all of it. Convert. There you go. Great job. You know, that is a solid... Well, I mean, so can you explain to me what projectile requirement really means? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I do not know. Because, like, I don't really have a grasp of what precisely refers to. Like, why is... what do we mean? Oh, it was a spell refresh, I see. Okay. Whee! Yeah, that's pretty nice. If there's less than 20 projectiles in a certain radius around you, about screen height, then it'll discard the spell. So if there's less than 20, but if there's more than 20, it'll cast it. That's good. I mean, that is pretty nice. It definitely doesn't cover every situation, but it's certainly good enough for a lot of them. And it would assuredly be just fine for, like, preventing, like, various... You know what? In fact, I will yoink out some of the wands that I am thinking of regarding... Now, would I like this one to be in 3 or 2? The tab 2, by the way, is storage for spells. But this one is just really useful spells. You know what? You can go to tab 2. It's fine. It's not an issue. But yes, let's yoink out one of the funnier wands that causes a lot of issues. Like this guy. Like this absolute abomination. This guy, I'm pretty sure, just won't stop making saw blades. So, let's see. And yeah. However, this one is, I remember, this one's a lot tamer. It's not like the genuine abomination of a wand that I made that, like, honest to God, like, I think that it will legitimately just make them forever. Whee! Whee! Yay! Okay. Yeah. Whee! Good stuff. That is just marvelous. A work of art, really. The way that it just goes to town. I mean, anything, it's... If anything, it's a good sign that it worked on this one, because the more extreme it is, the more projectiles it will have. So the more likely projectile requirement is to not cause issues. That is good. You're right, that is really good. Yeah, because this is one of my tamer, like, saw blade wands. So that means it's super duper likely to work on the other ones. Ooh! Yeah, let's use this as my main damage wand for a little bit. Not because it's better, just because it's fun. I like it. It's a cute little wand. It fires many fire bombs. It's just a cute little guy. That's his whole purpose. Is that it's a cute little guy. What's not to love about a cute little guy? They're just cute little guy things. Do you remember, what's that guy called that I just shot? Like, he kind of lurks about, he lopes. The way he walks is that he lopes around. You got no idea? Yeah, that's fair. I absolutely love that the firebomb spell is 10 fire damage in exchange for 10 mana. It's very fair. And what else does it ask of you? Jack shit. You ain't gotta give it nothing else other than 10 mana. And it does exactly what is bidden of it. It does 10 fire damage. I absolutely love that about it. I think, does it, I can't tell, does this dig? I think it digs a little. Yeah, it does a little bit of soft digging. Which is nice, especially when you can spam it this fast. God, I love this wand. It's so much fun. All of these goofy wands are so much fun. My only regret about the firebomb spell is I feel like it should do like 1% damage to those guys, but it doesn't. I understand why it doesn't, but I feel like it should. And obviously, I am secretly Noita dev, so reality should bend to my whim. That's pretty funny. Something nice about firebomb, by the way. When enemies are on fire, they don't target you normally. But if you damage them through most means, they can pause to retaliate, but fire damage doesn't trigger that. So since the firebomb only does fire damage, you can burn stuff without them attacking you at all. So that's neat. Okay, so what that means is that if I wanted this to be pure fire damage, what I would need is I would need this to be, I would need to get rid of this, and I would need to replace it with a crit on type of build. Is that right? And then it would only do fire damage. Is that correct? Damn, that thing blasted through that guy, didn't it? Whoa. Or, I got you, crit on, or just more fire bombs. That makes sense. Yeah, the reason I'm asking mostly about, like, the crit ons and whatnot is, of course, because, you know, in, like, New Game Plus 3, the damage, like, the HP ramp up gets pretty out of control. As a consequence, you know, I need to be very prepared for that sort of shit. Because, you know, my thought, because I also want, like, one of the reasons I'm doing this run is so I can be very prepared for when I start doing Nightmare win streaking. At least trying anyway. I'm probably going to fail miserably. But that's all well and good. I just want to be able to attempt various things, right? I want to be able to attempt to make a good thing out of most situations, even if whatever resources I have are trash, right? You know. And you know, you really do genuinely need like hardcore amounts of damage in Nightmare mode. Well, that's right. You're the guy causing the trouble. I forgore. Whee. Oh no! Don't dissolve my gold, please. Pretty please, do not dissolve my gold. Pretty please, good sir. I very much would like to have my gold. Ngaha! There's something that just really hits different about kicking the bad guys. And you are very correct that most of my builds are neat ideas that are poorly optimized. And about this, you are mighty correct. And the thing is, I'm about halfway through the nice video about understanding wand builds, but, like, here's the problem. I absorb information primarily by listening. And so, because it demands my full visual attention, it makes it a lot harder. So it means that I have to... I guess the way to look at it would be... I must apply, or I must give the video more of what is a significantly more finite resource in my life. It is something I plan to do in the near future, but I'm just not quite there yet. But you're right, that they just kind of poorly optimized, yeah. But part of that's also that there's not necessarily, like, a super good reason to optimize it super well at this particular stage. Well, certain builds, right? So other builds, there's very good reason to optimize it, right? But, you know, some of them are just cute little neat ideas that there's not a very sensible reason to like, for example, a lot of my explosive bounce, like, builds, there is no rational purpose to optimizing it, because that will simply just slow down my computer. Right? Whereas other things, there are plenty of good reasons to do it, right? Yeah. But definitely out of all of them, I think that, like, my funny little explosive bounce ones are by far the ones that have the least reason to be optimized. Because frankly, I think they would work fine on a better machine in terms of, like, their FPS and whatnot, but on my machine they definitely don't. Which is part of why at this stage I'm focusing mostly on, like, what I'm basically trying to do is I'm trying to optimize for performance of the game, because this is also something that becomes a very serious concern at past a certain point, right? Yeah. Especially in, like, the new game pluses and whatnot, especially if you do, like, I'm pretty sure you can do, like, New Game Plus in Nightmare mode, so God forbid you do that. In which case, you know, you're definitely gonna need to be doing some hardcore optimizing for that purpose. I see, he was already dead, I think. So in short, I do agree with you that, yeah, a lot of them are very poorly optimized, and that I should definitely do the thing. You're right. You speak of the truth. Pew pew! God, I love this one. There's so many goofy-ass wands that I absolutely love. They're so much fun. Like, there are just so many fun builds in this game. Let's see what we got. Jack shit is what. Oh, and that makes good logic sense about needing the, to not have eat your veggies. That tracks. That tracks. I was thinking, just for the briefest of moments, about grabbing the high mana, low capacity. But then I was like, nah. Would you look at that? A heart. Isn't that neat? In New Game Plus 3? Oh, I guess I want to test out a bunch of my wand builds on enemies. That's the main thing I'd like to do. But, let's see, I had other plans. Oh yeah, the Sun Quest. Because I have the Sun Seed. And it's not, and that one glitch is not a problem because of the mod, the inventory mod I'm using. Yeah. I can't do it in this particular game loop because I need to, I don't have the things I need. Because, the game kind of glitched out with the various essences and did not produce all of the essence stones that I needed. You know how it goes. As a consequence of this, I must wait until the New Game Plus 3 to do that. Because, you know, I like doing the things. It's fun. For what I will be ending this run, sort of, I guess, like, just, yes. So what I want to basically, I want to thoroughly exhaust the kind of nonsense you can do with explosive bounce. That's one thing. Right? Especially since I've got like multiple copies of like Pinpointer here, right? Meaning that like there's a lot of things that I can do with like this particular run that would be a lot harder to do until you get to a full-on like parallel world zipping through type of god run, and you know, and I don't want to have to go, you know, do that necessarily immediately again just to test out the damn thing, or navigate through a bunch of menus to like click on all the right things. I don't want to have to do that either. Yeah, but those are two things. But in addition to that, I would like to be able to like essentially something else I've been doing lately. Something I've been doing is going through and like when I find that there's a spell that there's basically nothing written about in the wiki, fuck around with it a little bit. And that's part of why I decided to do that with the bounce spells, right? Is because there's jack shit written about them. In fact, I would argue there's seemingly almost nothing written about them, or even the mechanic of bouncing in the wiki, right? It's not even obvious or clear what bouncing means in the wiki, right? Because what bouncing means usually is a collision with something. But that's not always what bouncing means in the because each projectile seems to have like its own type of like definition, I guess, of what counts as a collision, and is thusly like what is a bounce. And thusly, adding 10 bounces, like the bounce modifier does, can so completely alter the ballistic characteristics of like a projectile that it's not even recognizable anymore. Plus, when you do such a thing to ducks, which I don't know what their baseline number of bounces is, but it's a pretty big number. But it seems to like, as far as I can tell, just adding explosive bounce isn't quite enough. It seems to do like several other things, like when you add the bounce spell to it, because additionally, alongside the fact that like every time the duck steps on anything, it explodes. Like, and things explode around it, right? But it itself does not take that damage. It itself does not explode. Because, the duck is just a projectile. And, interestingly, this causes it to have, like, really odd ballistic characteristics, especially if you then do something like, put chaotic transmutation to get rid of the chaotic path the ducks have. Because if you do that, well, boy howdy do you have an interesting situation. Because now the ducks, you basically fire them, wherever they land, they will just start exploding left, right, and center, like on the spot that they're on, and they will not stop exploding so long as they're there. And the reason for that is that they're basically like stomping around, and each stomp is like a single, collision or bounce. And by adding the bounce modifier, or 2 of them or whatever, it's 10 or 20 extra explosions if you add explosive bounce. And this can, get to be truly out of control levels of damage very fast. And, like, I want to really understand what ooh. Now that's a goodie. Now that's a good find. I have messed... yeah, so, like, the interesting thing about LARPA Bounce... So, I found that, yes, the most marvelous thing about this, of course, is that you can basically multiply the potency of LARPA Bounce by the number of bounces you give a projectile, if you think the projectile has enough lifetime to take advantage of it. Right? So, like Bouncing Burst, for example... Boy howdy can you do some crazy shit if you give that like 2 extra bounces or bounce modifiers, because that's 20 extra bounces, and yeah, like it gets pretty out of control. But if you choose something like Holy Lance, I'm not actually sure what counts as a bounce for Holy Lance, to be quite honest with you. Let's see. Yeah. That's kind of why I had that other one at the ready, because it had all the things I was looking for. But that's okay. I will just put away the firebomb wand for now. And let's find something here that has... Oh wait, first. I just want to show you, just because it's funny. Just because this wand is hilarious. Not because it's a good wand, but because this is very, very funny. Every time, it's so good. It just makes me laugh so much. It's just such a goofy, stupid wand, and I love it. And it makes me smile. You know, that's a solid hypothesis. I look forward to testing your hypothesis, Kibble. Like, it's a good one. I also love that this just evaporates terrain. It's super funny. Exactly. Yeah, like, this is just so dumb, right? Like, there's nothing going on here, right? Yeah, like, there's nothing really happening here, right? So, like, part of that's also the chainsaw, of course, right? But, like, most of it here is coming from the fact that this started out with an explosive radius, and so it's bigger by default, right? And oh my god, it's so silly. It's so silly. Take that, world! Well, interesting, it survived. Neat. Kaboom! Oh, it survived again. Neat. Definitely did not survive that last one. God, that's funny shit, and I am delighted by it. God, it's so good. Hiya! Kabam! Oh man, it's such a fun little one. Oh, the gods are what? Enraged, you say, maybe? Oh, is that so? I'm so scared. Oh god, it's such a dumb one, but it just, I don't know, it makes me laugh every time. That's right. I don't really understand what's happening with, like, the way True Orbit interacts with Meteor. If it interacts with Meteor. I don't really get it. Because it doesn't seem like it's doing much. That said, it would only be doing it to the first Meteor, of course. So really, I guess what I should do is something like this. That was interesting, actually. Or was it? Because it turns off the terrain collision. Let's go over here. So it's like it almost works. I didn't know that Holy Lance vaporized any remains. That is a little inconvenient. Really? You think so? Okay. Oh! You was right. So I find it interesting the way its lifetime ooh. So theoretically, this is so weird. Like, this is so incredibly strange. What I want to know, does it deal damage whenever it just, like, goes through? It seems like it. But it seems to always detonate. Interesting. Wait, what? So it just detonates after a certain amount of time? Is that right? Huh. It seems it just detonates like after it's been around just a little bit. Yeah, it may. Okay, that tracks. Certain amount of time or hit an enemy. This is such a pretty wand. I remember why I kept it. Oh my god, that is so pretty, isn't it? Like, ain't that shit lovely? Like, what do you think of them apples? Because I certainly enjoy this one quite a lot. It's not very good, but I do like it a lot. No! I also remember this particular one. It becomes utter nonsense with or without the true orbit, TBH. It matters not. Like, look at this nonsense, right? I love that. That is just so pretty. Right, because something else I've yet to be able to figure out is what exactly is a collision for ball lightning. Right? Because ball lightning is one of the stranger spells in the game, if you ask me. Right? Because it seems to me that the collision is when the thing expires. But the manner in which this particular wand is interacting with it, right, and the amount of, like, chaotic destruction it's producing would suggest to me otherwise, given the number of sparkly bounces we're getting, right? And this is, of course, without explosive bounce. Let's see what happens with explosive bounce. And you see, this is also what I mean when I say that the, unless, of course, it's just that there was no enemy nearby. Let me just check to make sure, actually. I need to make sure that the ballistic characteristics were not altered just by the explosive bounce. I need to make sure it wasn't the homing. Which it probably is, but you know. Yeah, it was just, yeah, the homing was the operative factor there. And there's no way to increase the lifetime, right? Like, because increased lifetime didn't, to my recollection, didn't seem to help very much with it. I really like how much smoother this particular wand is. It's very nice. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Ball Lightning to me, it may well take the cake as like one of the worst spells in the game. Right? Like its only purpose to me seems to be to exist so that other things are better than it. Thoughts? Oh god. Oh, does it work as an early game out killer? Is that so? I did know that it had the natural piercing, which is part of why I was so disappointed by what a lackluster spell it is in general. In fact, it's part of what got me looking at the spell in the first place, I guess. Whee! Whee! Perish, foolish wizards, perish! So it's definitely not good later into the game, since there's just options that do everything it does, but better. But early and mid game, it can be an alright option. Alright. That's good to know. So it exists so that other things can be better than it. I mean, and that's perfectly valid, I suppose, from a certain point of view. Especially from like a game design point of view, it makes sense. Also, in case you didn't know, Odd Firebolt, when you add the bounce spells to it, becomes a super Giga Chad. I bet you didn't know that one. It becomes an absolute super Giga Chad of a destruction wand spell. Like, it goes from being one of the most difficult and unpredictable, like, difficult to use and unpredictable wands, or spells, just, like, generally, to being one of the singularly most, like devastating types of, like, firebolt-esque things that there be. I will show you what I mean here sometime pretty soon. Let's see here. Okay, do do da do do da do do da do 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 da do da do 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 da do 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 da do da do 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 do. But yeah, unambiguously, Odd Firebolt has like several really marvelous advantages that really make it super duper synergistic with the bounce spells. But if you also toss on chaotic transmutation to it to disable the first Lua component, it doesn't behave near as unpredictably right. And then basically, you can also get quite a lot more out of it too, because by adding the bounce spells after doing that. Because I don't think that that affects its lifetime either. There we go. Now we drink the concentrated mana. Gotta drink that concentrated mana. Oh, and one of the other reasons I'm doing this run is to basically... I'm also seeing, like, how close I can get to, like, 100% completion in terms of, like, enemies and spells and crap. Just on, like, a single daily run. Yeah. While not, like, trying super hard, right? I want to see how far I can get in that endeavor without, like, really going ham, you know? That's one of the other things I wanted to do. Especially if I'm willing to just, you know, put in time. Right? The reason for this is mostly just idle curiosity. But also because I much prefer to be able to just put in a lot of, like, time and effort here to, you know, just to be able to, like, play and try out all the things I feel like trying now. Oh, hey there, Dawn! Welcome on in! I'm glad to have ya! Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out really fast. Let's see. I hope you're doing well, Dawn. Right now we're just kind of running around and messing about, trying out the wand that Kibble designed. It's a really lovely wand, to be quite honest. It does everything that was bidden of it. It is a digging telly and kill everything wand. It's really nice. I'll show it to you in just a moment. / shout out the _ Dawn _ 99. There we go. And in case y'all haven't yet, be sure to give Dawn a follow. They're lovely. I just choked on water. How very humorous. You're doing well. Your laptop started lagging like hell. And when you tried to use Twitch's raid interface, yeah. I'm not going to lie to you. That happens to me not infrequently. Or like, it's part of why I kind of like, I started just using a different device to like figure out what raid target I wanted to do, and then I basically just kind of do it manually. It works much better, I find. It's a lot less cumbersome. But yeah, you totally valid, because, you know, like, that shit, it's a bit whack. Ooh, that one looks fancy as all hell. I'll bet you it's got at least 21 slots. Based on the sprite. Although it may well not have that many slots, because, you know, some of the time, the wand sprite is very deceptive, you know. It does happen. Hey, 23 slots. Look at that. And hey, pretty good stats all around as well. Yeah, here's a better look at it, by the way. Yeah, it's basically got the alpha, and apparently these two aren't counted because this thing has no charges, which is very neat. Because apparently, because it's got no charges, the alpha is like, ooh, thing in the discard pile, gimme. And I'm just like, dope. I'm just like, that's neat. I had no idea that was a thing. Oh, you're so totally right. Let me see if that fixes. I should probably move it up to slot 1, really. Yeah. That's better. The last two are Sparkbolt and Chainsaw. Oh, and this one has Bloodlust on it? Hell yeah. And Explosive Bounce? Oh, talk about Christmas. Okay. Magical rock.
Rock.
This guy, this guy, this guy. This guy. Oh no, I know where I want this. I want this. Right there. Why not? For giggles. Actually, you know what? I can think of nary a better thing to have a lightning thrower on than a thundercloud. Or a rain cloud spell, rather. Except maybe the thundercloud spell, but hey. And realistically, okay, so it's got 210. That 5-5 is a really, really rough recharge time. I'm not sure that I want to deal with that. I'm gonna go ahead and put it away, but I'm probably gonna discard it later because this one, it could be better. You built heal telly ones. Ah, makes sense. So I'm gonna be totally real with you. If I were you, so here's my thing about the heal telly wands. They are rough on low-end PCs. Right? So something I've noticed is that for whatever reason, heal telly wands just they tank my frame rate. I don't know why they do it. It seemed like from every indication, according to every person I talk to, they're like, that shouldn't happen. It does. It does. I'll probably pull one of those out later to show you guys what I mean. But yeah, no, they're pretty bad for the frame rate. And it's something, especially when it's COV. But yeah, it's a problem. Let me tell you, this is what I call in the business a problem. No, that's totally valid, Kip. Yeah, yeah, it's smart. And I do actually think that is something that has to do with is the area hit, right? And something else that I was thinking about, right, is that a lot of things in the Noita wiki don't really take performance very much into the equation. Like occasionally you'll run into something where they mention like do this to reduce lag, but I've found that, oh, thank you, Mr. Robot, I appreciate your kindness. But yeah, like a lot of the time there's just not a whole lot of consideration given to that sort of thing on the wiki, which I find strange. Because surely not everybody who plays Noita has a good rig. In fact, I would bet money that a lot of people don't. So it's just for like most people, it won't cause lag, you say? Interesting. So here's my thing, though. You say that. But I have a genuine question. What the fuck is most people? Dude, my computer's only like a decade, a little over a decade to a decade and a half old. Right? So, realistically speaking, a lot more people than you probably think will have an even older computer than me. Because a lot of people in the world are exceedingly poor. Especially with the GPU, like, price, like, everything with, like, how expensive RAM and GPU and shit has gotten. There is no doubt in my mind. Oh, wow, that's not very much, puppy chow left.
There wasn't much to begin with. I tried to make it half, and I just
You ate a bit more than half.
Genuinely on accident. Like the way it looked
I understand.
From my perspective, it was half.
I
and
understand.
Then I lifted it up, and I was like,
and you're like, that's a lot less than half. I understand.
I think
how
it's
that
actually
happened.
a little bit less than half.
I understand. Well, I meant that was like that's what you were seeing, right? Like you're like, oh shit, that dear, that's a lot less than half now, isn't it? And then you're like, okay, maybe it's just a little bit less than half.
No, I thought it was a little bit less than half.
I see. I got you.
Because I did notice our friend. I think.
Come closer,
perhaps, love. Huh?
Come closer, love.
I think our friend perhaps really likes puppy chow. Because every time we get some, it feels like I get less and less that I get to bring home.
Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, you should tell him to just, you know, get 2 containers.
I'll try.
But yeah, it's funny shit. But yeah, like my thing is that there's like everybody, like most people in the world, right? Especially in much poorer countries, are going to have significantly worse computers than mine even. Right? So what this basically means is that most modern games are well and truly out of reach of most people. In most countries in the world. Right? And this naturally, the thing is that most of the time these people's rigs are just so thoroughly computationally insufficient that it makes stream, because mind you, the game runs like almost 4 to 5 times better when I'm not streaming. Right? So we must then look at what this means about the type of like systematic bias that this kind of creates in the media environment, in the like just streaming ecosystem. It means that there is a, you know, just general bias towards people with a better rig. I mean, I'm not, because of course like the entertainment quality will be better, the frame rate will be better, the visual inputs will be more pleasant to look at, all of that shit, right? And the fact of the matter is that it's genuinely not that it's not a problem for most people. I think it's just that most streamers have better setups because it necessitates you having a better setup to be a really successful streamer, right? Because like genuinely I do consider it to be like when I've looked at the my analytics and whatnot, something I have come to conclude is that the frame rate is genuinely something that seems to drive away a very significant number of viewers, right? And that, yeah, you know, makes sense. A lot of people hate like frame rate drops and whatnot, and like a lot of people viscerally react to such things. I get it. I seem to just, as Ren put out, have an unusually high tolerance for such things. Which is true. I do. But, like, I guess to me it's just like one of those things where... First, let's organize this. Scooch the bloodlust to the start of the launch so that it's right there. Scooch this guy over to here, so that's right there. Yeah. But, yeah, it's just genuinely one of those things where you have to, like, ask yourself, like, could it really be the case that it's not a problem for most people, or is it more likely the case that it is a common problem that you just never hear about? And I'm a lot more inclined to believe it's the second one, right? Especially just like that's what logic would dictate, right? Because my rig is actually pretty good given the era that it's from. It's pretty middle of the road. It's not like a bad rig. And it's genuinely just the fact that it's old. And like it's just not got the same computational power. As well as like the other thing I could probably do to upgrade the rig would probably be ooh, this is interesting. Pentagonal. That's kind of fun. Let's do something goofy with that for giggles. Yeah, this will be silly. I look forward to doing this goofiness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so what other multicasts do we have in here maybe that we can use that would be fun? Well, okay, a triple will be just fine. We can toss these other two out. Now the question be, do I have a spare chainsaw? Oh wait, no, that triple was from the other, damn it. I guess I don't have a spare triple for the time. Oh, there they are! Spare triple. Oh, honestly, I mean, I'm not surprised. Because the fact of the matter is, most people don't have very good computers. Exactly, right? Yeah, because a lot of them refuse to optimize because, quote, the user will have a good machine. Maybe the user won't have a good machine, and maybe the reason your games aren't selling all that well is that very few people can actually play the damn things, right? Like, if you have to invest, like, most of your, like, income, like, most of your income into having a damned functional-ass machine, maybe there's a huge problem. Right? And I'm just like, I find it a little bit bizarre and frankly entirely laughable that they don't put more effort into this sort of shit, right? Because to me, I'm just like, well, yeah, obviously people will not be having the best of machines because, like, people don't like updating. Like, people genuinely hate change. Right? So I'm just like, well, of course they're gonna, like, avoid updating their machine for as long as is humanly possible. Pew pew pew! Yeah, go get them. Yeah, that's not very effective, but it is fun. Gee. What a goofy little fun wand. It's definitely not very good, but it is fun. And there's even a quote that's constantly makes the rounds, and it's like, that goes like, premature optimization is the root of all evil. Oh my god, that's funny. What's the actual quote? I'm kind of curious, but also that is a really funny misquote. I've not actually heard that one because that's really goddamn funny actually. You've been seeing out some people have been sorry for optimization. I mean, to be fair, like, optimization is not a bad thing. I love optimization. Like, to me, like, in my opinion, one of my favorite things is a reasonably well optimized game. So like, so people talk a lot of shit and have been talking much big shit about Fallout 76 for many years. Fun fact, this rig that I built, guess what I built it for? 2 games. Built it first for Fallout 4. And then I got a better graphics card specifically for Fallout 76. Right? And the fact of the matter is, sure, did my performance generally drop as the game got like more and more updates, you know, it was bigger and just had to handle more data and shit? Yeah, of course it did. But do you want to know a fun fact? Even though that was the case, they ended up doing several like optimization updates just to make everything run faster. And those optimization updates made like a really huge difference in my performance. It made it so the game went from like, I kind of had to stop playing for a while due to the fact that my rig was so old, right? To, oh my god, I can play the game again. Right? And I was very pleased about this. And that is just, but I think the real thing Fallout 76 has going for it is the community. You know, and that most everything else good about the game is kind of in spite of the game. To some extent, right? But really the point's more so just that if they can do even more explosive bounce, this is just, oh, it's Christmas. Fuck yeah. Like, because if they can do fucking optimization, surely other devs can too. $280 mana charge. It's a pretty rough recharge time, but with a couple like, this could be a worthwhile one to do something goofy with. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I agree that a lot of devs do kind of take it a bit far in terms of, you know, like, not really going, like, it seems in many regards that a lot of devs do kind of go out of their way not to optimize their engine, which is kind of insane to me. Because first off, I also want to know, like, what the fuck for these people, so let's just read this quote. Programmers waste enormous amounts of time thinking about or worrying about the speed of non-critical parts of their programs, and these attempts at efficiency actually have a strong negative impact when debugging and maintenance are considered. We should forget about small efficiencies, say about 97% of the time. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. Yet we should not pass up our opportunities in that critical 3%. That's fucking insane. I don't think that's true. Like the evidence, I don't feel like if we looked into that fucking evidence that would turn out to be true. That shit sounds like some bullshit that somebody said because they wanted to like pay some people less or to like make things go faster. Like that's what that shit sounds like to me. As in, so like they wanted to like speed up the production of a video game type of go faster. That's what that shit sounds like to me. And you know, I can believe that. Like, I do believe that, but at the same time, right? A lot of the little resource inefficiencies, they really start to add up, right? Especially with older rigs, you know? Like, why is it that switching to the flask, I know what the reason is, right? But why is it that they economized the flask physics calculation so little that just switching to the flask or an item of any kind, mind you, it doesn't matter if it's the mana stone, it doesn't matter if it's a potion, it doesn't matter if the potion's full or empty, switching to an item, like look what it does to the frame rate. Look how snappy and responsive this is, right? Watch. You see that shit? I feel like a lot of this shit is like, you know... I do not feel like... I feel like a lot of this crap is small inefficiencies adding up in places, right? Because to me, something that's like truly... Like to me, is never anything wrong with doing something efficiently. At minimum, what results is a thing that will produce just less heat and use less electricity at the end of the day, right? Which, I don't think that's a bad thing. I can understand that the people, like, you know, making the video games and what it might feel like that's some type of waste of time and money, but I just don't feel like that's fair. So, explain to me. What? Wait. Okay, well, 100% optimized code, I guess, for sure. Because, yeah, I guess that you'd have nowhere to, like, mess with anything, yeah. But unoptimized code is ass on the user. That's an interesting, that's fascinating, truly. That's kind of an example of the 3% major, I mean, fair, yeah. Guarantee that there are thousands of tiny inefficient bits of code currently running all combined. Make less of a difference than what's wrong with the flow. I mean, yeah, for sure. Right? But if you dealt with each of those fucking little bits and bobs, I think that the whole simulation would be better. That everything would run smoother and in a snappier fashion, right? And that would be great. And I feel like, you know, I think it's just, I don't think there's anything wrong with fixing such things. And I think that it could be cool if things like that got fixed. It would certainly make me happy. Not that that counts for that much in the gaming industry or anything, I'm just one person. And on top of just being one person, I am not even most game devs' core demographic, because first off, I've got such an old machine, and most of these like game devs assume that my machine, the machine that people be using, gonna be some unfathomably powerful like computer, and I'm just like, oh god, and I'm just like, change. I don't like this change. I don't like how many changes there've been with all the gaming. I'm gonna play my retro games and the games that I've been playing for years, because they still run. Right? Because that's really, because fundamentally, like, my biggest issue is that so many different games just don't even run for me. Right? That I don't even meet the minimum specification requirements. Just part of the reason, like, I've never been excited to see a game trailer in my life. Because my assumption has always been, in most cases, wholeheartedly, completely correctly, that my computer could not run it.
It's a me!
Ooh, it's a me, Lasiachi. Hey, Bob without a hat, how you doing? But yeah, and to me it's just like, I feel like it does kind of speak to the state of the gaming industry. They're like people who be like Punk, right? That's a game where I was like, you know, I'm looking forward to playing this. Right? And it's just such a simple ass little game compared to like a lot of other things, right? That like it's just not got that much going on in terms of like how demanding it is, right? And I just feel as though there's a lot of different types of games that could really stand to not be as incredibly intensive, right? it's kind of like a similar thing with like large language models, right? So like a lot of like it's kind of an interesting quandary. So like a lot of these like bizarre tech startups that are doing large language models shit, right? I learned about this recently in a video I was watching, right? That they apparently are like, oh cool, we've made this part of the process of training the model more efficient. Rock and roll. However, by doing that, and making it so that like 2 times more users are going to want to use their model, it actually increases the amount that that model costs them by 2 times. Because whatever amount of money, or whatever amount of users they have, is actually going to cost them money. Because the issue is, the larger and larger the model that they make, the more money it costs. It's just 6 or 8. We gotta zoom in here. Six. I see. I shall toss this then. And because it, like, it just makes the model cost more money, because it's a bigger model that they're having to do, there's more computations involved, right? And that, like, at that stage, what's the point of making a better, like, model at that point, right? If it's just gonna be more expensive, it's not gonna be profitable in the least. So, like, it's just like a profound instance of, like, corporate waste, I suppose. That's very fascinating to me. It's just like, how does this shit, like, not occur to anybody, slash, if it does occur to them? I mean, I know the real answer. It's because every single person involved there, right? Except the people at the very top who have, like, no idea what's going on. Like, all of those people are just, like, walking in there to get their paycheck, right? To do their work. And they don't really give a shit about the rest of it. And that's actually valid and understandable, right? But at the same time, I'm like, how is it that the people at the top are so unbelievably foolish? I also know the answer to this. That said, I'm not happy about it. It's because, they're not very in touch with reality and they're not especially smart. But then that's entirely ignoring AI psychosis and whatnot, right? Or rather, AI-induced psychosis, not like the psychosis of the AI, which is a separate thing. Because, like, let's not ignore the AI hallucinations that happen with that fucking shit, because that's a whole nother thing, right? That's a whole nother layer of unhinged, ridiculous shit. But yeah, like, I find this very fascinating. I'm just kind of reminded of that shit. But of course, I don't know very much about the actual in-depth process of programming or making any of these types of models. I know a few people who do know a lot about that, but I myself do not. Nah! Insane laughter, the other kind. Yeah. It's very funny. I love that. Whee! Go! I love go! I wish I could make that sound better. I need to add that one, because it's a goodie. I love go! The taste of it, the smell of it. I love gold so much.
Let's go to
fucking
space.
Let's go to
space.
space!
Let's go under the sea for that special.
That's a lot of gold. Oh yeah. One of the other goals of the run is to, ideally without the greed perks, or without very many of them, get one of those like idol, like the gold idol statues that are worth an absolute metric fuck ton. Yes, that is one of the goals of the run. Why? For giggles. Well, I suppose if we're this low down, I can go ahead and check hell to see if I've gotten all of the things. Just in case. I'm glad that you enjoy my reason why, just for giggles. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Bob without a hat, the trick greed. Now, how many orbs will I need in the next New Game Plus loop, right? I have 10 right now, and I'm pretty certain that's enough to get to the thing. Oh dear, maybe I'm not in the correct place for the gold? Or no, for the hells, maybe? Clearly, I have miscalculated what location I am at this juncture. It's fine. I'm gonna do this the easy way. And we're gonna go to show map. Yes. Map. Thank you. Oh, I see. I think.
Mathematical.
Maybe. So maybe I need to just go left, or maybe I need to go further right. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick while I basically just dig through the rock for a bit. Yeah. Yeah. That's the plan. Be right back. Okay. Now, where exactly did I put that really strong black hole wand I made? You know what? Sure. This is one of the more unhinged saw blade wands that I've made. Yeah, because you see, as soon as it ends, you get even more saw blades. God, that's funny. Ah, good. Finally at the cursed rock. It's about time. Honestly, it's fine. I mean, I figured you're gonna do that because I prefer not to have to deal with a bunch of allergens.
Yeah, and like they only were doing it for like 1 minute and already I feel good.
Ren had to shut the window. because our AC not working, but then there were some people, you know, with the strange weed whacker things, you know, they came through they come through the place, you know how it be. Okay. You know, I'm growing sufficiently impatient with all of this darned extremely dense rock that I might well just pull out the whatever wand, the long distance telly wand, and just long distance telly and hope for the best. But you know, I feel like that's probably irresponsible. I guess I can show you what I meant when I said that it slows down the performance. Like, actually, never mind, because I intentionally slowed down this wand so that I wouldn't have this issue. So never mind. Although I will show you this cute little wand. He's a cute little, I guess that I can't because the there's no enemies nearby, but he's a cute little tentacle fellow who just does cute little tentacle things. Next time I come across the COV, yes, that's a great idea. Although I guess you're right that it might have it in my spell inventory, but what if I don't wanna? Oh, I will do so in a bit, don't worry, but yeah. I just want to make it through all of this extremely dense rock because thank God. We're finally out, thank God. Oh, for fuck's sake. I feel free finally. Whee! Yippee! Wow! Yay! Whoa! Perish, hellworm, perish! Perish, fool! Well, bam! Okay, there's that end. I need to go just a little bit this way. And now I should be able to drop down. Oh, for fuck's sake, did I legitimately miss it? Son of a bitch! Hey, hey, hey! Welcome on in, Ash. I'm glad to... Oh, I did in fact completely miss the thing. But yeah, welcome on in, Ash. I'm glad to see you. How are you doing today? I decided to run on over to Parallel World 8 Hell so that I could buy some more blood magic. Oh yeah, that's right. Look at that. A leggy mutation. How fun. Not like I'll grab such a thing, but you know, I could. If I felt like making the run miserable. How exciting. Or, you know, doing some nonsense where I re-rolled that particular perk. That said, I feel like there's really no rational reason to do such a thing. You're right, the HP is going off the screen, which is very funny. Okay, so I clearly did not approach this particular problem in the correct way regarding finding the hell platforms. I clearly was not thinking about this in the most rational sort of way. What I really needed to do was I needed to basically find this, like, stuff up here, right? And then go all the way to the right. Go down just a little bit. And then just kind of go across this way and clear out any of the fog. And then just kind of be a little systematic about it. Oh? I see you're enjoying the snack time emote. And is what the Devourer of Worlds? And sure, yeah, do tell. Let's see. So, where you are, camping outside of designated campsites. I mean, that's actually the case in many different places, including where I live as well. It's a pretty common thing. As much as I dislike it, it is in fact relatively common. That said, I'm not very fond of it. But, alas, 'tis common, I'm afraid. It's just one of them things that just kind of extremely lame because, you know, it's one of the manners in which they like that various aspects of parts of society kind of like exercise control over what people are kind of like allowed to do, how they're allowed to live and whatnot, and where they're allowed to live in particular. It's pretty rough. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's an anti-homeless law, 110%, which is part of what I really despise about. I was actually about to start yapping about that one. Yeah, because it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. It's not okay. Cause yeah, like that shit is really, really very much big not okay. But like it's so incredibly common as to be like unremarkable, which is what I despise about it. Oh yeah, so like, would you prefer that I yap about hostile architecture, essentially the criminalization of poverty, or yeah, out of those two, which ones would you prefer? You gonna go to sleep? Sweet dreams, Bob without a hat. I hope you have most lovely dreams. Anti-homeless laws. The criminalization of poverty. So get this one, right? About hostile architecture, like, yeah, I mean, it's a whole thing, guys. In case you didn't know, like, certain fucking, what do you call them?
Smash.
Are, like, designed entirely with, like, certain benches and shit are designed entirely with being unable to, like, sleep in them in mind. Like, that was how they are designed. It's what they were made to do, and it's why they are the way they are. Now, imagine who that benefits. The only people that benefits, of course, is people who don't like homeless people. That is to say, it benefits nobody. Oh yes, the fucking middle row armrest is so. Oh yeah, you're so fucking goddamn right. Like, I hate that shit too. I despise it. It's the worst. There we go. Good shit. But yes, so like, hostile architecture is bad enough on its own. However, the fact that essentially, once a person is like entirely homeless, so basically, in order to get like bank loans, for one, you need an address. For a bunch of different things, you require an address, including for taxes and shit, right? So, functionally speaking, if you don't live somewhere, like if you don't have a home, you straight up cannot like legitimately you basically can't participate in a wide range of different types of like aspects of society, not least of which is the banking system, because you can't have a banking account if you don't have if you don't have a home of some kind. Like, you don't need to like own your home, but you need to be living somewhere. And if you don't have that, you can't even have a bank account. And essentially, the entirety of these systems are set up just so that you could, like, so that being, like, so here's the thought process, which, mind you, I want you all to understand this going into this. This is supposedly the purported, according to the people who make these laws, the reason for these things. But it's lies. I want you to be aware of that before I even go into it. That it doesn't make sense.
No,
That it's a bad idea, and that their reasons are not the actual reasons. They say that it's just to make like being homeless and like, you know, not, quote unquote, not participating in society as they would see it, right? Such an unpleasant experience that people wouldn't do it. And that people won't do it. And if they're like homeless for any period of time, they'll never want to do that again. Bruv, it's already that unpleasant that if they had a choice in the first place, they would never want to do it. The fact of the matter is the people who are already going to be homeless are people who desperately need social support of various types, right? So of course this is nonsense, you know? But that doesn't change the fact that that's what, like, the people who these policies are designed to, like, you know, quote-unquote benefit, but in reality such, you know, tenaciously pointless cruelty benefits no one. Right? Such unfathomably stupid and excessive cruelty benefits not even a singular person anywhere. Like, in any respect, right? Because the only things that it does is it increases the alienation of the working class. It, you know, like, makes people, like, view other people. I guess, okay. Here is who it benefits most. People who don't want other human beings to see other human beings as humans. However, such people obviously do not have good intentions in mind if that's what they want, right? Yeah, so like, fuck those people. Obviously, that's not shit we should be listening to, right? That's not shit we should be doing. And thusly, right? Because, and Kibble say, because surely making it so people can't pay, can't pay taxes properly will make it so they're more able to become not homeless. Oh god, it's fucked. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know who Johnny Harris is, quite frankly. But yeah, but he was watching this person video, and that person was saying that they don't mind rich people existing fundamentally. And Ash, you know, just fundamentally disagrees with that. And I can understand that perspective. Frankly, I guess it depends on what you mean by rich, right? Now, like, I would personally be fine with millionaires, right? Straight up. Anything beyond that, not really. Like, but here's the thing. Historical more than I see. I get what you mean. Interesting. But yeah, basically I would not, like, I'm not that interested, personally, in trying. The thing is, like, in either case, right? Like, it's not like I'm ever going to have a millionaire viewer, right? Or somebody who's, pardon me, somebody who's got more than $10 million to their name. If any of my fans ever have, like, that much money, that's crazy, actually. So, Ash, that's very sweet and kind and reasonable of you. I agree with the sentiment, right? Sincerely. You gotta bounce now? And I agree. It was nice to have you, Dawn. I hope you have a lovely day. But yeah, like, fundamentally, at the end of the day, right, it's kind of a matter of practicality to some extent, because people will some people will always have more control over other people's lives than others, right? It is indeed an idealistic view. Now, here's the thing, though. Like, people have, like, there are ways to, like, minimize inequality, right? And I think I am fundamentally a harm reductionist, right? If you want to, like, boil down my opinions about everything, you can basically boil them down as follows. I want to reduce harm. Full stop. Simple as that. No notes. Right? Snack time, you say. And lagging. I'm really happy that you are enjoying my lagging emote, because not mine, but like the one I added to the thing, because yeah, it's a fun one. I think it's a very, very cute little emote, and I think it adds quite a lot. But yeah, like, fundamentally, somebody's probably always gonna have control over, like, other people's lives to some extent. But here's the thing: so long as we can basically make it so that the odds that the people who have control over other people's lives, if there's not as many people who have control over other people's lives, that's a good thing. If we can reduce that number, that's good. If we can increase the likelihood that those people, or rather, pardon me, if we can increase the number of people whose lives are not controlled by others, that's good. Yeah. And if we can decrease the odds of somebody's life being controlled in such a way that it could be ended, made to be just hellishly full of suffering, or otherwise, then you ought to do that, right? You know. But here's the trouble about all of this, is that capital and, like, whatnot, and just the ephemeral existence of power as a concept, right? So I'm gonna be real with you guys. So Alright, I'll read Kibble's message, but then I will get back to yapping about my opinions about power. Kibble's saying if the goal is literally just minimizing harm, full stop, what's the counter to an argument along the lines of harm will be done in some capacity to people in the future? It's likely that the total number of people in the future will outnumber the people in the present, and greatly therefore we should go extinct to prevent future harm. I'll give you a simple one. There's no political will for that. Right? Yeah. And frankly, I don't think the human race needs any help going extinct. I think that human beings will handle that all on their own. That would be my counter argument. It would not be any more complex than that. I don't feel like it would need to be. No. I just wouldn't really acknowledge the argument on like a fair playing field due to the fact that it's fundamentally a bit disingenuous, right? So like axiomatically, so like even like let's say for a moment that Eldritch Slime didn't care about humanity. I do care about humanity. Eldritch Slime care about humanity. But if Eldritch Slime didn't, Eldritch Slime would say, well, I mean, accelerating the death of humans is unethical. Yeah, anything to accelerate it would be unethical. And I agree, Ash. I am, like, fundamentally, as well as a harm reductionist, a hedonist. And a utilitarian. Because the thing is, utilitarianism and hedonism work very nicely together. Especially as it applies to, maximizing the amount of life so that people can enjoy the most number of things in their life. It's good shit, right? And achieving stuff is part of hedonism, in my opinion. And Kibble, even if I could, like, I personally, like, let's just say for a moment that I didn't have a genetic condition and that Ren didn't have a genetic condition that is autosomal dominant that would be guaranteed to be passed on to our children. Let's just say that wasn't the case for a minute. It is. It is the case. Do it right now! That's what I say. Do it right now! But yes, fundamentally, I have enough Chaos Larpa. I have so many Chaos Larpa. I do not need more Chaos Larpa. But yeah, even if I didn't have said condition right, there would still be this fundamental problem. That, like, I think I touched on it the other day, but I don't think you were here. I don't necessarily believe it's fully ethical to, like, bring another life into this world. If you don't, like, if the world is not genuinely going to be a better place than when you entered it. Especially so if you don't believe that, like, you'll be able to give that child a good life, right? And knowing my, like, financial and otherwise types of, like, prospects, even if, like, I didn't have to worry about the, like, genetic condition, it is just not super ethical in my eyes to bring a new life into the world. I think it's fine to, like, adopt and things, but, like, I just, yeah, I can't stomach it. Neither could Ren. Yeah. poor choice word. You're talking about a hypothetical in which this would be broadly adopted behavior. Oh, to stop having kids, you mean? I see.
No.
I wouldn't care. Yeah, it is a little unfortunate that the emote no show up at the same time, but don't you worry, it's okay. So something I'm actually considering doing pretty soon is altering the I say considering, I mean I'll probably do very soon. Is I will alter I'll basically give each, like, the emotes an alias, so the Awu will be given an alias that is the, like, cute little silk song Awu creature, the flea is what I think they're called, yeah. And I'll give them a little, they'll be the ones, you can click them to make the Awu sound, and whenever you write out Awu, it will make that image pop up. That is something I've been considering doing. And doing similar things, yeah. So I just want, and yeah, same would be at Meow, so that would make it more likely that you could get both of them at the same time. Yeah. I'm gonna put these two right here, and then I'm gonna grab this add trigger. Then I'm gonna, you know, I really fucking hate random spell. Like, I really despise it. I do have some fun ideas for random static projectile, however. Okay, we're gonna yoink this wand out, and then we're gonna dispose of the large spitter bolts here. Just a few of them anyway. And these guys, because these are not necessary right now. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I mean, again, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I could see it. Oh, and I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, Ash. That, like, one of the most fucking incredible things about Rain World is the fact that, like, there's so few movement inputs. And yet somehow it's got the document that, as long as it is, about the fucking movement itself. It's like, it's insane. It's utterly ridiculous. And yeah, Kibble, it's a good one, like the random static projectile shit. Like, how it can be infinite healing, because I have some goofy shenanigan plans for such a thing. There we go. I don't think I really need any more copyright spell thrice. I have quite a few of them now. Like, I want random spell, but I have legitimately already accidentally cast the end of everything with that shit, and I'm not dealing with that again. I despise how unbelievably frustrating that process was. Yeah? Titanfall or Minecraft, the only things coming close in terms of, like, the sheer volume of movement shit, yeah. That track, that stuff built for it, yeah. To my understanding, the Rain World's movement system was built with the idea of it feeling kind of like like learning to walk for the first time. And to my recollection, the like side shops for the hell shops are just directly beneath them, right? Beneath each of them, right? Is that correct? Oh no, I believe you. Ash says Ray World's movement system was built with crack. That's quite funny. It's quite funny, yeah. Crack and Latinas is what Ray World's movement system is built upon. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Ooh, there's an alpha. That is one of those things I was looking to buy because I did not have a near. I was running low on the alpha spell. That's good. And the lance is very well against the enemies. It's roughly the same HP as normal fire enemies. Next new game. That's fascinating. That is a good sign. Yeah, you're totally right. You speak the big truth. Granted, we do have the maxed out, like, projectile damage from the eat your vegetables, but, you know, we're not maxed out, but, like, you know, around 1,000% where the diminishing returns happen. Hello. Whew. I have not heard of the fact that pressing any side-to-side keys while strafing slows you down if you're in the air. Fascinating. Neat. Now let's see here. We've got two. I think I can't remember if the spells are just a little. I think they're a little bit further down beyond this formation. I just don't quite recollect. We'll find out real quick here. Or was it also... Hey there, Meatball. Yeah, that's kind of what I was... While rocket jumping, only press A. Well, I'm glad to have you back. I hope your sleep was good. I hope you didn't have any nightmares. What's this? That was a fucking swapper? What now? Fascinating. Yeah, like, it's true that the movement rules can be funky as all hell in the Rain World game, and many other things, really. Movement in video games is a really fascinating topic, especially because, like, in so many different, like, video games and shit that, like, it's just utterly deranged. It gets to be really off the wall in so many different situations. Huh. Yeah, exactly. Both literally and figuratively. Exactly. I'm so glad you got the vibe I was going for. I am pleased. Watch any of these things vids on HI running. What is this? What do these letters mean? I do not know. Oh, Half-Life. Oh, I actually do know a lot about that. I actually know a lot about Half-Life 2, even though I've never played it myself. Well, it's not never. I tried playing it when I was, like, much younger, when I was, like, a kid, really. Okay, that's not entirely true. When I was in, like, high school, and frankly, I did not find the combat sufficiently engaging to want to play the game. And I found the place with the head crabs far too frightening to want to play it late at night alone, which was the hours during which I would have been able to play it. And so I did not. I got to the part with the head crabs, and I said, fuck this shit, I hate this so much. And I never looked back. I did watch other... That's not actually true. I watched other people play it after that. My brother included. I just could not handle the horror elements. It was too frightening. What can I say? I not handle the horror well. I'm just a little baby. Not really, but you know, I get like, I get very stressed out pretty easily. And like back then, I had a much higher tolerance for that shit. So these days, maybe it is fair to say I just a little baby. Right. So, yes, you are correct. They are introduced very early in the game. It's the one, like, it has the word home in it. Maybe it's home, like somewhere home. It reminded me of the word Stockholm. Ravenholm, that's the place. Yeah, that's where I stopped playing the game. Yeah, I don't like Ravenholm, man. Like, I get why it's there lore-wise, but I do not support that shit, man, as from, like, a gameplay point of view. And, like, I do not like it. I do not like it. It is bad. It is very bad. Clearly, I need to yoink out a significantly more powerful wand for this area. Actually, you know what? This wand might actually do just fine here. You see, guys, it's my cute little tentacle companion. It does lag the game a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot of bit. But that's okay. Because he's gonna slay dead basically every creature that is not me. And that's just fine. And he's gonna do it from quite some distance away, you see. What's even better is I can have multiple such little guys at the same time. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that lovely? Yeah, like that. Like, the fact of the matter was, I really liked the game, and I was frankly a little bit upset that they opted to, like, make it just as genuinely horrifying as it was. Because it meant that I was not gonna be able to play the rest of the game, which really was kind of upsetting at the time. I'm not so upset about it now, but I was upset back then. Yeah, you were 24 at the time. And it was the stage still gave you chills. That makes sense, really. It's a very scary area. Like, it's set up really, really well to be very, very frightening. Very, very frightening. Galileo, 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 Galileo. Galileo. Something, something, let me go. Go. No, I can't sing very well. Like, certainly not those notes. Those are really hard notes to hit. And it's like, I think he's like going through like 3 different octaves or some shit. That fucking, like, that song is something else, let me tell you. I do not appreciate all these poly shots being fired at me. I am offended. I find them offensive. I'm trying to have a leisurely shopping trip in hell, and they're just making it all sorts of problematic. Can you believe these people? Can you believe the nerve of these folks, guys? Can you believe the nerve of these bastards? I'm just trying to have my leisurely shopping trip in hell, and they're making it difficult, I tells you. And I believe that you know the game, those games like the back of your hand, because those things definitely seem a lot like the sort of game that's like definitely just way the hell up your alley. And to be quite honest, like I've watched people play through the games quite a few times. I really love the games. I watched my brother play through it like maybe 4 times. I never actually got to see a full playthrough because my brother was a bit of a jerk like that, and he like intentionally chose some of the only times when I wasn't around to play through the game. Just, I think he did it out of spite, or maybe he just did it out of lack of consideration. I'm not quite sure actually. Because he had plenty of other times he could have been, like it was, you know, my brother, I have mixed feelings about him. But, you know, that's something he did that pissed me off. But yeah. I love my brother, but, yeah. Yeah. Window shopping in hell has become unsatisfying nowadays. It's funny. Oh, whoopsie daisies. I accidentally equipped a potion and slowed everything down. Whoopsie daisies. You know, maybe I really should just pull out some other wand that's not nearly as... doesn't cause near as many issues. I suppose I will have to accept this. I just yoink out a different offensive wand that does not cause as many troublesome issues. Actually, no, let's go with this guy. This one ought to work just fine. Oh, it just occurred to me, I can drink this. I could drink this. And it will give me poly immunity. Because the Berserkium is lava. And the lava, or no, because the Berserkium is chaotic, the chaotic polymorphine is the Berserkium, and the Berserkium is the lava, and the lava is the chaotic polymorphine, and somewhere in there there's a broken shift with chaotic polymorphine, but I don't think it, I think it's some of the time chaotic polymorphs things, but TVH, most of the time it doesn't seem to. I actually have I don't really understand why it does things the way it does. It's all fucked. And even with the strange shifts that going on, I don't really get it. Even understanding them reasonably well, I don't quite get it. Oh, really? That's honestly quite nice. That's really very good to know. Thank you for that. I am much glad to know this. This is good information. Yeah. I also watched my brother, like, I tried to play Dead Space, but frankly, I finished the very first, like, tutorial level, and it was too much, man. I was far too frightened. I couldn't continue. And, like, I was very satisfied to just watch my brother play through it a second time. So I watched him play through parts of it a first time. But then, of course, I had the same problem that I had with the first one, which is that my brother specifically chose times I couldn't watch it. Well, here's the thing, though. Like, I'm gonna be real. Dead Space is frightening on many levels. Yes, jump scares are one of them. But, of course, at most, they only ever reuse the very same... Like, but to be fair, man, they only used the same, like, jump scare at most twice each time in the first game, of course, right? Like, I speak nothing of the later games, which I think have plenty of issues, but, you know, I don't really feel like getting into that. Yeah. Because the first one is, like, a genuine work of art in terms of horror. Tea! But, yeah. But you're right. I do understand, like, and I agree with you actually that it's like too much of the sudden noise and monster sounds. Grah! I feel that vibe. Like, I completely understand. But also, I feel like that game is horrifying on so many levels. Even in the various situations where there is no such stuff like that going on, it's still plenty frightening. Yeah, like, it's a very frightening game. That fucking game, man. It's too damn scary. Indeed, redundant words. Place sparkball with a modifier and it'll wrap into the detonator to bypass projectile. Wait. Place spark. Oh! That's fascinating. Yeah, that's really quite interesting. Huh. And I agree, that is pretty nice, realistically, yeah. Give me a moment. I need to put the hips back in their sockets. Ow.
time, child. You must first suffer to begin the healing process. Bones must be set before they can mend. You must come to understand this, child. 'Tis the way of the world.
Oh, God. That shit cracks me up, and I don't quite know why. Oh, good shit. Oh, shit. Yeah. Rock and roll. Got the gamma. Got that gamma. Actually, yeah. First thing I would like to do. Let's just go ahead and cast Spells to Giga Saw Blades. Very good. I've gone and cast Spells to Giga Saw Blades just in case I forego to cast it before now. I don't actually remember whether I did or not, but hey. Actually, wait a minute. How does this interact? Interesting. They really do fly upwards, don't it? It do just what it say on the tin. Fascinating. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad to get rid of pre-rolls. I'll be right back. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh hell yes. Bullet! Bullet, 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 bullet. Now I actually can realistically consider using the other copy of Bullet that I have. Because it just does not show up very much. Damn rare spell. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh, more octuple spell. Fuck yeah. I love octuple spell, man. It's one of my favorites. I think it might be my favorite multicast. Is it expensive? Sure. But that's okay. It's worth it. Interesting. I have heard very good things about Soma, and had the game thoroughly spoiled because I would never play it myself. I found what I learned very interesting. I find the questions it brings up about consciousness and the like rather quite interesting. Although personally, as an eldritch, self-similar fractal slime, I can tell you the answers to the question of, like the consciousness and whatnot. To me, it's a rather open and closed case. Because the answer is that each individual being has, a type of, so long as they're sufficiently self-similar to the other versions of them, they should have a type of, a sort of like identity resonance that can and will lead to some amount of sharing of perceptual faculties and, cognitive load and ability. However, this can also rapidly lead to madness because of being unable to reconcile the different set of feelings and the different perspectives. And of course, this then leads to them either individuating into different people or, rapidly perishing or killing one another. Thusly, the matter is an open and shut sort of case to an eldritch slime such as I. I mean, for them, it is merely that they are like two people that share perceptual faculties. Not very complicated, I wouldn't say. Because just because, two people's identities and lives and physical bodies are so physically intertwined that, they can't live without one another, doesn't necessarily mean anything that other than that they can't live without one another. I'd say that they're still just as individual as anybody else. That's certainly my perspective on it, anyhow. Oh yeah, no. Not necessarily. I just mean, I'm merely referring to people who, basically do not have the faculties for it, right? They didn't grow up with it, right? If you did, like, yeah. And in that particular respect, I would argue that, you know, were conjoined twins in the position of, like, the character in Soma, that they would have an advantage for avoiding madness of any sort. What amount of advantage? Meh, meh. Some. X quantity. N quantity, mayhaps? N quantity of X measure? Yippee, my favorite biome! I absolutely love the overgrown caverns. They're so much fun! How funny, a broken wand. That's funny, because of course you know you can't do shit with them in the New Game Plus. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Very good. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what I accidentally did to get rid of that potion, but it's fine, I've got another one. Oopsie daisies, drank the whole potion. Of course I did on purpose, but you know. Whee! That's a lot of gold. Oh. 226. That's not exactly quite sufficient, I wouldn't say. With a 0.56 recharge, that's not good enough. Hey, 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 Schleifo, I'm glad you hath returned. You have much big prophecy power with the professors. You can profess things and say that they are to come, and they occur. I realize that this could be interpreted as innuendo halfway through saying what I was saying, but then I decided that there was nothing to be done about it. But then it got worse, and now we're here. Yes. All hail Schleifu, master of whispering, master of Moss? Moss! Moss! All hail Schleifu, master of Moss! That abbreviates into SMOM. You are welcome for this silliness. Boop. I'm glad that he made your day. That makes me happy as well. Yay. Everybody needs a good bit of hype from time to time. Now, I feel like everybody also deserves some hype from time to time. Like, I think we should not ignore that. For example, I don't think we should ignore, you know, how marvelous, you know, Mr. Meatball be. For they have, of course, you know, provided us the additional frames that we now enjoy. You know, without said monitor, that we not the graphics card that my friend gifted me would not be able to be benefited from, and thusly we would not be able to benefit from the additional frames. For otherwise, the Eldritch Slime would not know the difference, because the Eldritch Slime can have any number of frames that Eldritch Slime desires, because they can simply look at the situation from a different frame of reference and have as many frames per second as they want. Because they can just change how many frames of reference per second they look at the situation from. And have infinite fidelity and infinite resolution. And so, truly, the frames matter not so much to the Eldritch Slime, but they do matter to Eldritch Slime viewers. Because, you know, not everybody has such useful, you know, fractal perception. For a second there, I thought that the moisture and sunlight comment was in regards to the slimes, and I was like, yes, not all fractal slimes have such useful moisture and sunlight, and I was like, oh my god, that's funny. Accept this handful of moss as a sign of my gratitude. Oh, thank you. What do I feed it? Moisture and sunlight? I mean, yeah, that's good. That's a good call too. It's a good way to go. That's a goodie. I enjoy. That is thoroughly amazing. I'm utterly delighted. is really quite good shit. I'm thoroughly amused by this. This is marvelous. Very nice, very nice. This is very good. This is, you know, a very good department. This is what we call having a nice time, fighting the bad guys. Fire off the fancy one to kill the bad guys. And the homing mist and plasma will, it will destroy the bad guys. And they will be destroyed by the homing mist and plasma. And the amount that the enemies can do about this homing mist and the plasma is rather minimum, because it is a homing mist plasma that will destroy all of their homes. Yes, it will not be good. This is the price of war that Mina wages against all the other mages, you see. What's funny to me is that Noita is rendered at very low resolution, at least the visible area. There's greater area around what the player sees is still being simulated. It's true. It is true. Moss will repay your kindness at an unspecified time. In a way you would not have expected. I am delighted by this. This is fantastic, and I think this is fabulous, actually. Fully and entirely fabulous. Gosh, I do love that. It's just, it's great. There is, quite frankly, just nothing. There's nothing to dislike about it. There's only things to love about such marvelousness. And it makes me happy. I love this sort of silliness. This is the kind of silly marvelousness I encourage in the community because it's great. And the world is made a better place by such utter ridiculousness. Perhaps you could gain a bit of performance if Noita permits you to limit or constrain that. It is true that I could. So, alrighty. Here's what we can. I'll show you. So, we could limit the tweakaroo settings a bit more. We could reduce the number of loaded chunks. Now, it's already at 7. Hey, Coitus, welcome on in. So, what do you guys think it would be that beneficial to do so? Ta, 1 chunk is all the hunk we need. That's very humorous. Or one chunk's all a chunk you need. Both are very funny, realistically. I suppose I would certainly be willing to reduce it to 6. 'Cause that should be fine. Something 6, 7. It is just the goals. You know, that's quite fair, realistically. Yeah, I mean, that's TBH, that's one of the only settings I'm okay with, like, messing about with that, all that much. Because, yeah. But I'm not too worried about it. I should probably... something I could do is I could probably just, like... I ought to make another backup for it. It's been like a few days since I did that. Boop. 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 You know, that's funny. I am not on mobile, and I too am like both on and off of mobile, actually. Right? Like, I've seen this happen in both places. Like, whether I'm in Dunk's chat or this chat, it randomly drops me out of chat and disconnects. I think that, like, server side, that, like, Twitch must be having some sort of set of issues. I'm not exactly sure what the fuck's going on. Oh, I think I actually do. I'll bet you it's related to the heat. That's my bet. Because also, I mean, everybody knows that electronics become very unhappy when they are heated up too much. This is well-known fact. Yeah, well, at least we're all together in the various things, you know, misbehaving. We do not have to deal with alones. Yeah, on the bright side, like, for once, we know definitively, this one is not a me problem. This is a Twitch problem. Huh. That is a strange one. So Schlifu, something that I do that always fixes that issue for me is I go into the Wi-Fi settings, and then I go to, I believe it's TC/IP or something like that, and then I click Renew DHCP Lease, and it like 9 times out of 10 it fixes my problem. Do I know what that's exactly doing? No. But do I know that it fixes it very regularly? Yes. Are you on a Mac or are you on a PC, Schlifu? Or Linux or something? I can very easily help you if you're on Mac. Otherwise, I think that we may need to look thing up on Google. Oh, it asks for a new IP from your modem? Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Well, yeah, but of course, Meatball, you're assuming everything is working correctly, and odds are something somewhere is not working correctly, so... Yeah, but doing that, like, it legit helps my computer, like, work way the hell better. Like, pretty frequently, actually, whenever I'm having, like, some type of internet issue that's, like, persisting. where I'm like trying to reconnect, but it won't let me. And that happens more than like, and the issue lasts for more than like 4 or 5 minutes, right? Like maybe 10 minutes at most. Like if it lasts that long and it persists through me turning it off and turning it back on again in terms of the computer Wi-Fi connection, that's when I try the renew DHCP lease, and then that usually fixes it. Really, regardless of what the problem is. And I believe it. I would love to hear what happens. Implicitly, because that sounds amazing. Oh shit, I forgot to start. I need to run a program. I forgot. I'm a silly little guy. A silly little guy, I forgot. The Mix It Up bot. What a silly man I am. Give me a sec. Oh. Okay, so in all due likelihood, what you're saying is that you are in fact, so it's a PC, right? Is what you're saying? Meatball, do you know how to do that? To renew DHCP lease on PC? Because I know how to do it explicitly. Oh my guys. I want to show you something. This is so great. It's so good for my eyeballs. It's art. Guys, look at how big the chat is. Do you see this? This incredible art. I can see you guys. Is this just not beautiful? I am delighted if it is indeed the case that Titular is here. I am thank. But yeah, I think that's beautiful and genuine art, and it's part of why I'm definitely gonna set up the I'm gonna set up a second monitor sometime very soon. And the second monitor, of course, will be it's a very big TV, basically, that I've got that has up to 120 hertz refresh rate. I need to figure out how to separate it, basically, from the game. I want there to be no part of the game that I don't want the game to connect to the second monitor in the least, right? And I would like the second monitor to be used entirely for these other programs and shit, right? And what I don't know is whether I should hook up a separate... whether I should put in the old graphics card, or whether I should, do something different, right? I have no idea. Yeah, I've thought about it, and I just don't know, you know? I just don't know. I don't rightly know, good sir. I'm afraid this is beyond my knowledge, my good friend. I cannot say with great certainty what the case is on this particular matter at this particular time, because I'm not at liberty to discuss such things with somebody without security clearance on this particular instance, on this specific date and time. I hope you liked my out of their depth government official clearly having to cover up for something ridiculous. I hope you enjoyed it. Have some propane! That actually worked out pretty well. It almost hit. Oh, propane! Have some propane, good sir! Hiya! Why is it at that time it went hiya? Like, why is it some of the time it go and fling really fast? Is it is it that there's an initial check to make sure it's not hitting an object at the beginning of the thing? That doesn't seem to be. At the beginning of its trajectory, I mean? No, that doesn't look to be the case. No, it's not the same TV, no. It's a much newer TV that, Ren got from... I don't remember where. Or maybe I got... maybe it's my grandpa's old... I don't remember, man. But no, it's not the same TV. Entirely different television. Wee. Oh, wee wee. Wee wee. Hee hee. And now the second shot should deliver propane and propane accessories. Hee. Ooh, this is actually a kind of fun wand. It's very silly, but I kind of love it actually. This is marvelous. I shall put this feller away and mess about with him later, because it is too much fun. Not to. I mean, like, how could I not mess about with such a goofy-ass thing more later? That just sounds like a whole lot of fun. I'm not willing to deprive myself of such a marvelous time. Also, one of these days, I'm gonna make just the funniest wand that ever did exist. And basically, the whole premise is going to be just every type of such and such thrower on the wand, and then basically taken up to 11 onto some type of long-lasting projectile that just that just has an obscene amount of lifetime, right? And then it's just going to be doing like two-way fireball thrower, you know, plasma beam thrower, and everything else, and it's just going to cause the most obscene, terrible, and actually unplayable amounts of slowdown ever. And it's going to be very funny. And then I'm going to hit explosive detonator and be done with it. There's a huge elk? Coitus, will you take a picture and show us in the thing? And really, I don't. It doesn't much matter to me which of the places in the Discord you put it, because I just want to see an elk. I've never seen an elk. Like, I've seen pictures of elk, but not like somebody who actually was nearby to one. Enough to see it, right? Please. Please take picture. I want to see. I've never had the good, I mean, I would say good fortune, but no. Like, seeing an elk is not necessarily good fortune. Aren't elk, like, really mean? I was under the impression that, like, elk were, like, really rather... Oh, wait, no, not elk. That's mooses. Moose. I'd be very impressed if the modem knew whether or not I was healthy. That's a terrible joke, I'm sorry. Okay, I would say, no, I'm not actually sorry. I feel like I should be sorry, but I'm definitely not. Okay. Let's just flip-flop a couple of you guys. And grab a piercing. Cool. Okay. Alrighty. Maravilloso. You know, something I find rather unfortunate about the way that the game slows down with when, like, I pull out just any item in general is that, like, this, like, funny little toxic mist spot here, I would have a marvelous, marvelous time messing around with this spot. Using the Mana Stone in particular, I would want to just stand exactly right here and do the following. I'd want to stand here and turn these, like, these toxic mist fountains into just huge amounts of concentrated mana, just like so, right? But the problem is, like, this would take me, like, 10.5 years, right? But it's extremely fun. You know, and it just makes so much concentrated mana, right? And you can then just drink all the concentrated mana you want. Have a great time. Drink the concentrated mana. Have the mana regen. Have a good time. But, you know, that's a lot of slowdown for somebody with not a very good computer. So, Schlifu, the, I guess the operating system. Well, actually, here's a question. Like, is it, so wait, do you not know if it's Windows, Linux, or Mac? You posted pic? Hell yeah! That's totally okay. It's okay, Coitus. It's not the end of the world if it's not, like, the coolest thing ever. I just want to see an elk because I'm excited. And even if it's not that everything I was hoping it would be, that's okay because, you know, I get to see an elk even if it's just at a distance. Because it's one thing to get to see pictures of an elk, but to get to see like, a picture of somebody, you know, somebody actually took, you know, this really there and shit, that, you know, is neat. Oh shit, you right! Holy fuck! It is, but also, what a pretty sunset, honestly, that's the real winner of this particular picture. That's honestly gorgeous, and I love that. I love it. You get a heart, and you also get fire. Yes. Because I love it. But yeah, like that's a really pretty sunset. Honestly, I like it a lot. Yeah, like that's you live in a very cute, like, I mean, really cute and nice looking place in many respects. Good. Alrighty, Meatball. If you know if it's Windows, would you mind well, actually, here's one more question. Is it a Chromebook? We just gotta know if that. We just gotta make sure it's not a Chromebook. Yeah, Meatball, you trying? That's good. You got it handled. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know, Sleefu just trying to figure out how to help them. How to help them. I mean, theoretically, couldn't it be a Chromebook, Meatball? I don't see a reason. Like, why not? You know, it could in theory, be the thing, right? You never know.
Yes, I did come in here to tell you something I just learned.
What'd you learn, love?
So in Kansas, specifically in Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Now, I learned about this ages ago. I've been to this part of it. There are salt mines, and
I love the salt mines.
they're pretty deep underground.
I love the salt mines.
Something I want to make clear with what I'm about to say is that I actually think that this is a really nice thing that they're doing, but also objectively hilarious, because I learned that apparently Hutchinson's salt mines offer essentially the space in the salt mines, like super below the earth, for free for the 4th of July for veterans.
Yep.
Which, very nice. You know,
And
obviously...
people say, whoa, Ren.
Heal. You know, obviously very nice to help people who have, like, PTSD not have to deal with that. But objectively hilarious. Oh, you have PTSD? Well, why don't you just go hundreds of feet underground?
Yeah.
That'll help, right?
Right. It's very funny. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous, but humorous. And a sweet thing that they're doing, but very funny.
And, like, I don't think that it's, like, dehumanizing, but it feels like I should.
It feels like you should feel that way.
Yeah, like I should be offended, but I not only am I not offended, again, I actually think it's a good thing.
Right.
I think it's maybe that, like, what I'm actually offended by is that we as a society haven't moved to only having fireworks in specific, far enough away from the city places.
Right.
That, like, if someone is a veteran, they, like, outside of, like, very, like, minority outliers, because, you know, obviously sometimes someone might live in the buttfuck nowhere.
I think it does seem that coitus might well live in buttfuck nowhere.
Yeah.
Take a look at this shit and see if you can find the elk. Can you find the elk? It was a little hard for me to find, but I did find the elk.
Yes.
You found the elk? Yay. And isn't it a pretty sunset?
Yeah.
I know, right?
But, like, you know, because someone who lives in buttfuck nowhere might very well have PTSD. But, like, why we haven't, as a society, moved to having fireworks displays that are only in, like, somewhat out of the way areas in order to reduce sound pollution. And also, I am one of those, like, whiny babies who says that fireworks should not be legal for sale to people without a license. I think there should be a licensing process. That's fireworks. Those are explosives. Any other type of explosive. And suddenly we all understand that they shouldn't be in the hands of civilians. But when they make fun little lights, we're like, oh, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like it's very sensitive. Like, I think Kansas is especially lax, isn't it?
I actually think it's Missouri.
I think, oh, that's right. No. Kansas is very lax, and Missouri is even worse in that respect. It's even more lax, to my recollection.
I just remember
Maybe
that,
it's flip-flopped. It's one of the two. I don't remember which.
I just remember that, like, technically, you had to go out of town to buy fireworks because it was illegal to purchase them, and technically illegal to, you know,
have them.
Well, not just have them, line them up, in the city proper. But that you could, in fact, like, go buy them out of town and then you'd be fine. But I don't think you cross state lines to do that. Maybe you did. Meh, doesn't matter.
My bet is that Kansas is the one that's more lax, if I had to bet. I mean, I remember now.
Kansas
No, I
loves
remember
being
it.
Conservative.
No, I actually remember it now. It's that there is it's more of a city ordinance type of thing.
It tends to be city ordinances, yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
if I recall, like, it's that, like, the state, in Missouri, the state is rather lax.
Schleefu says, as a salt mine myself, I can confirm that is true.
But, it's like,
It's so good, actually.
I think it's that, like, the state tends to be pretty lax in Missouri as compared to Kansas in general, or vice versa. But regardless, some of the cities and bigger towns in these places are more, like, I don't actually know if you can legally buy fireworks where we are.
I have no idea either.
I highly doubt it because whenever it's legal, you immediately see mom and pop shops and like, you know, the equivalent of Spirit Halloweens popping up for fireworks.
That is true, yeah.
Which again, ridiculous.
I agree.
Ridiculous that there are mom and pop and like party city shops for explosives.
It's true, but it's pretty. I mean, to be fair though, they're pretty mild explosives that'll only just horribly maim you.
Or kill you.
Yeah, it's true. No, they can totally
Or
kill
kill
you.
you.
It's true. They can totally kill you, but you know, I just I like to pretend like I'm one of the people that's gonna downplay. I'm not. I'm terrified of the fireworks, but I like pretending like I'm not because it's pretty funny to me for various reasons.
I almost got shot with a firework. A big one too.
How?
Right by my head.
How?
Like a big
How?
residential one. My family went to a 4th of July party where they were putting on a fireworks display and one of them backfired.
Was that person allowed to light more fireworks? I hope not.
I think so.
As in, like, what I'm asking is, did the other people there say, no more for you?
No, I'm saying I think he was allowed to light more.
That's fucked up, man. Because you know what happens every time that happens to anybody? Like whenever my family did that shit?
They were banned?
Not just my family, just like my family or anybody else in the small town.
Banned.
Like, we always, yeah, they said, no more for you this year. Like, they just would be like, no more for you this year. Like, and...
You know, I mean, they took the kids inside. Including, I hauled ass inside myself.
Well, the kids, I mean, the thing was, like, basically...
Well, no, I mean after the firework backfired.
I mean, that makes perfectly good sense, yeah.
But regardless.
Yeah, like, that's actually real funny, because, yeah, we all want... My favorite...
I've told you that story before.
Maybe once or twice, but, yeah, I only actually, no, I vaguely recollect them around 4th of July time, yeah.
Yeah, it tends to come out around this time.
That's true. And, yes, we own 3 firearms total. Well, I mean, I guess I own the firearms.
You own the firearms. I'm afraid of guns.
True, that is true. But yeah, basically, I have a Ruger. No, not a Ruger. No, that's actually far fancier than this. This is a ROM 38 Special revolver. It would cost me $67 in total. However, it is, I would say, in terms of quality, worth about $130. But it is a safe gun to fire, and it's perfectly fine. Yes.
And then you have a couple of...
chainsaws? No, I don't have any. I mean, I got the chainsaws in Noita, but I don't got no real chainsaws.
We are in an apartment.
It's true.
on the second floor.
Shrifu says at rent. Very understandable.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
And I mean, like, really, I would say you own one gun that is, like, your actual... Like, if you were to ever be in a situation where you might need one, you only have one that you would really have fulfill that purpose. Because the other ones are more, like, one of them's just a straight-up historical artifact. I
mean, yeah, I've got, like, a Mosin Nagant, but that thing still works.
I understand it still works, but I'm saying there's one gun that would actually be your in case of emergency.
It's probably the revolver, right? I'd probably go straight for the revolver if I really needed it. But then again, I might actually go for the Nagant, and just due to the sheer fact of the caliber. But then again, I might actually, you know what?
I thought it was the other one, the one that you got for like $35.
Yeah.
That's the one that you have like, it's not loaded, mind you.
Correct.
I want to make that very clear.
Not loaded.
None of the guns are loaded.
That's just asking for trouble. I might also go for the, like, my only fancy-ish gun, which is the P22.
Yeah. So I guess I guess that's still free.
Yeah. I think that's right. I also have, I do have a 4th one that I don't use ever. I got it very cheap.
You've never used any of these.
It's true. I've never used any of them. That is true.
I have a 4th one that I don't use. You mean you have a 4th one that you don't fidget with?
I don't fidget with. Yeah, that's far more correct. That's far more correct. Yeah. But like, yeah, like,
literally none of these have been shot by
true.
him.
That is true, yeah. I especially like my, like, P22 because it's, like, it's just, I really enjoy the slide lockback feature that it has and the way that the magazine springs out. Yeah, it's nice.
And again, This is not, like, the sounds you're hearing are not of a loaded gun.
Yeah, not. In fact, the slide lockback feature does not function if it's loaded.
Because I can imagine it would be a little concerning to just hear cocking noises and not know what's going on.
True.
Yeah, no.
I too would be concerned.
He just fidgets with them. I wasn't even allowed to have... No, I was allowed to have, like, one Nerf gun. But I wasn't allowed to have, like, other toy guns that, like, if they came too close to resembling a gun, my parents wouldn't let me have it. I also wasn't allowed to play, any video games that had, violence in them.
I still think
I guess
that's still
technically,
weird. Like,
Pokemon was, like, an exception depending on who you ask. Though my mother did also...
that one's a real weird
once buy me Batman Arkham Asylum for the Nintendo.
That's really
3DS,
a real odd choice, right? Because that game's real violent.
I don't think she
Like,
knew.
yeah, you beat the shit out of like it's really fucked up
I
too.
also wasn't allowed to, like, oh my god, my mother was so upset when she learned I had gotten Mortal Kombat. She was so fucking upset. I was like 16. I want to make that clear. I was fucking 16. I was at an age where I didn't need permission.
Makes sense.
I almost said I was an adult. I was not an adult, but I no longer legally needed permission.
Makes sense.
And at that point, she realized she could not control me, and instead we did negotiations, and I agreed to not get GTA because she viewed it as being demeaning to women, which
That's
I can't
also
disagree
the
with.
conclusion my mother came to, and
I can't really disagree with it.
yeah. Particularly because of, like, I believe the San Andreas one was the one in
Strip club
particular.
murdering.
I believe, yeah, that was the one that was, yeah.
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 Yeah, she didn't know my favorite game when I got my PS4 was Uncharted 4.
That's not especially violent.
Oh.
Like, how many people you shoot? How many? Like, maybe, like, a few hundred?
Yeah.
Yeah, like for video game standards, that's not that many.
Oh yeah, but
Like, and no, guys, how many? Like, so let's check the progress real quick. Let's see how many people.
I think that what's more important is the percentage of, like, people that you shoot to people that you don't shoot, that you interact with. People that are not just, like, the filigree to fill in the background, because I don't think those people should count. Because I'd argue that those people are, like, never people that, like, you're actually...
Yeah, they're not like NPCs in the traditional sense. They're
are
basically
literally
targets,
scenery.
right? Yeah, they're targets.
Sometimes with dialogue.
True.
But even then, it'll be like a passing line. If you can't click A or click a button and get dialogue,
God, the number of
they don't
people that
count.
get killed in the game Crackdown, and like the.
But my point is, in Uncharted 4, I'd say you probably kill like 85 to 90% of the people that you were going to interact with, or that's feasible to interact with. But yes, my mother was very anti-gun.
Yeah, my mother was also very anti-gun, but my father was... Okay, actually, no, wait, it was the opposite. No, I fumbled it up. My father was very anti-gun, and my mother was just like, it's fine.
Raised on a farm.
Yeah, raised on a farm. Honest to God, spent most of her childhood in the wilderness. Like actual true thing.
Both of my parents terrified of guns.
Which is, yeah.
No, my mother has shot one.
Yeah, but it's really interesting shit to me because, ever since I was a kid, I was very fascinated by firearms, like, mechanically and whatnot.
I liked knives.
I mean, I also like knives quite a lot.
My mother wouldn't even let me get, like, pepper spray or, like,
Which I think
knife.
that's how you really know that they're not a good mother, right? Like,
well, and I want to note, I was taking the public bus at, like, 6
at a
in
very,
the morning to go to school
in a place
where
there was
16 to 17-year-old.
I think the place that it was, like, in regards to it having a not insignificant amount of crime regularly. Like I said, not insignificant.
To me, it...
I understand that to you, that may not be that significant, but you gotta think about there's a lot of people who don't know anything about the U.S. for one.
NIMBYs and WASPs would be horrified that I was even willing to get on the bus. But yeah. No.
Ooh, a Dragunov, is this a a VSS Venturas type of gun, or a Dragunov?
Yes,
I cannot tell.
Regardless, But yes, regardless, my mother would not let me get
Oh, it was a VSS from Torres.
a pocket knife, wouldn't let me get pepper spray, and so instead, my boyfriend at the time just bought me that and like a bunch of other things, like several pocket knives. One day she finally finds them, and I'm 18. I've since broken up with this boyfriend. And I'm like, oh, it must have been his. I guess it's mine now. And then I just walk away with it, and it's mine forever.
Makes sense, and I mean, to be fair, like, that lady.
I just think it's still very funny, because at that point,
it do be funny.
I'm an 18-year-old. What, she really didn't try to tell me no?
Fair, yeah. Valid.
And she just seemed a little like, huh. And it didn't put up much resistance, so.
That is pretty amusing, honestly.
But yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I must go lay.
You must lay down, I understand.
Oh, he went meow.
Oh, the kitty went meow.
I know, it's hot.
Poor Bill baby. It is very hot, kitty man, and we sorry. We doing our best. We have submitted a work order. But yeah, guns are, I think they're lovely, personally. And so long as they're not pointed at people. Right? But yeah, that's a very cool firearm. I like that type of firearm. Who has this? Where is it? Because I find that type of firearm very fascinating and marvelous. It's a fairly cool one with the integral suppressor and whatnot. Yeah, like so I guess it might be fair to say that one of my areas of expertise is most assuredly firearms. Yeah, that's pretty fair to say. Yeah, that's fair. Wait a minute. If this is an always cast plasma dealio. Ooh, I have an idea. How many? So this is 14, 15. Ooh. I'm gonna just flip-flop these wands. So we got this one. It's got actually, yeah, this one's got this one's even an upgrade in terms of the everything about it actually. Oh, and I guess I don't really need the accelerative homing there either. That's excellent. One. Oopsies. 1, 2, and 3. And then I suppose what we can do, put this here, scooch it, flip-flop that, yeah, call that one, call it a day there. Yeah, I guess toss this one into the bin here. Grab this again. Yeah, hell yeah. And let's see. And Coitus say that they feel like they should be surprised that Hamper owns guns, but you're not. I mean, of course, so most people in my state do. Like, the majority of people in my state own guns. It's just how it be. And the fact of the matter is that in the United States, you have to really also consider that guns are one of a very small number of, like, relatively low-ish cost investments that, like, really poor people can make that is basically guaranteed to appreciate in value. Because guns basically do nothing but increase in how much they cost and will resell for. Yeah, like, it's just, it is how it is. Right? And, like, as far as historically, they've really just never really dropped in value in terms of, like, personal, like, ownership of the guns. Talking about, like, military and whatnot is a separate discussion. But even that, like, tends to be a thing where, like, if you end up buying, like, a military surplus firearm, that, like, such a thing will indisputably over time grow quite significantly in value until someday, like, it might well end up being worth many thousands of what you paid for it. So in that respect, guns in the United States especially represent a type of speculative investment, as strange as they may, and I agree it is a little sad. That said, I mean, like, yeah, it's one of them things, you know. I mean, for example, like, so when I was a kid, I was very interested in various, like, military surplus firearms that at the time were quite affordable. And would have cost anywhere between $89 and maybe $430 on the upper end for some of them. Although there was one that was thoroughly outside of that price range, and I don't blame anybody for not purchasing that. Granted, had they purchased that something like $2,000 firearm, they could have resold it 20 years later for $20,000. Yeah. It was something else, let me tell you. However, my parents did not really see the value of guns as a investment thing. And they were too focused on the fact that, oh, guns are scary, when the fact remains, if you don't have any bullets, they're harmless. Right? If there are no bullets, they're just heavy metal and wood thingamabobs. Right? Fundamentally, that's kind of how I generally feel about them. Is that so long as there's not bullets in them and you don't point them at people, it's fine. Just one of them things, you know? Let me see. Gotta toss these fellers. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Very good. Not necessarily, Shlifu, because most gun purchases these days, like, are between, like, just fucking people, and then they are, like, sold. Basically, you bring it to a place that has a federal firearm license, and then you pay $20 to that place, and then basically the person on the other end pays $20 to another place that has a federal firearm license, and they basically just trade the gun more or less, like, from one place to the next, and then you can pick it up, yeah, from basically anywhere in the United States, yeah, with the exception of a couple of states that have far stricter laws. Yeah. And it's not especially, man. So realistically, because mind you, Shlifu, the Mosin Nagant I own was used in World War II. The factory that made it has long since been destroyed. Right? And I take it that you've also, has Shlifu renewed the DHCP lease yet? Because that one is my absolute favorite fix to internet problems. But yeah, oh damn. A second LARPA explode. Let me look up. And Meatball, I can definitely fire the 22 pistol I have, yeah. Now, I think, now the 38 special revolver that I have, that one is a bit more of like a tough ask. That one would definitely, that one would most assuredly be more of a, like, I would probably subluxate my elbow, but probably in a way that I could fix easily.
You can't do that. It's
And in
rude.
fact, I could probably do it as I talked to the next shot, right? As I pulled the hammer back, you know? So it wouldn't be too terribly much of an issue. But the Mosin Nagant, on the other hand, that thing, I don't know. But I am not optimistic. Unless, of course, I was laying prone. In which case, I think there's a solid chance that I could probably use it fine. Most likely, anyway. Tee. Tee. Alrighty, and let me... And, Shlifu, let me figure out how to renew DHCP lease on a PC. And I will send you some type of tutorial. Because you did... And when will we go to New Game Plus 3? After I, you know... Probably, being realistic with myself, probably in, like, 2 to 3 streams. Won't be totally real. Because, yeah, I got a lot of wand experimentation I still gotta do. It'll take some time. What do you mean? I don't understand. Explain. I don't understand. It's really not that necessary. I get it. That fair. That's totally valid. I gets it. That makes sense. But yeah, so an interesting thing about like, but yeah, legit. And mind you, also the manufacturer that made the revolver I own also does not exist anymore. They are long since out of business. What evil gun manufacturer, if first off they weren't a gun manufacturer primarily, and they mostly I think made, they mostly made drilling and lathe tools, like for metalworking. And the person, and it was actually a person that I got the thing from. They were selling it. Yeah. So realistically, that is most of like the gun trades in the United States. Yeah. It's just like people selling them to each other, realistically. It's just kind of how it is. There's not too much going on with it. It's a pretty darn simple process, all things considered. It seems very complicated on the face of it, but at the end of the day, it's not. You basically go to a website called gunbroker.com, and yeah, you find the thing you want, right? For a price that you would like. Win an auction, probably. Go from there, and then basically you message the person. You basically you have to give them the payment within like a certain time frame. And then the gun broker holds the payment, and then you have to specify to the like to be a seller in the first place, you need to specify a location to send it to that has a federal firearms license. And yeah, and if you do not, you cannot sell. And then you specify that place, and you go from there. And then the things get sent there, And that's also like the point you would receive things to as well. For various, like, if you were to like buy one or whatnot, yeah. It's honestly like it was a pretty painless process, but also there's something to be said for the process being so painless, and that being evil in and of itself, right, and not okay. And I can honestly I can get behind that argument, right? I'm not gonna fault you for saying that. I can totally get behind that one, TBH. Right? Like, you're not gonna find me arguing with such a thing, because yeah, I agree. Right? Like, it's how it is, you know? And this, in most respects, in the United States, you kind of, it's kind of in your best interest to be a gun owner in a lot of ways. Yeah. Yeah. But don't worry, Shlifu, I've already moved on from the other thing, because I get it. Sometimes things too complicated and I want to deal with. I feel your vibe, Shlifu. I feels it. I understands. So some of the time, a thing is too goddamn complicated and you don't feel like dealing with it. This is actually kind of a great wand, isn't it? It sure is. Let's fire it a few times for giggles. Oh man, that's that's pretty fun. Okay, I'm gonna collect this one, and I'm gonna put it back into the perfectly functional wand here.
No, I don't really want to do
And then I'm gonna grab this guy, and then we're gonna mess about with this for a bit. This is really fun. Oh gosh, how marvelous. But yeah, and mind you, if you guys don't know what a Mosin Nagant is, it's a bolt-action rifle from World War II used by the Russian army. However, it also saw use in a great many other conflicts throughout the world because it was sold in large numbers to many other places. I think that you are thinking of the M1 Garand meatball. That's the one that has the clip that goes out and goes ta-ting. Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact, a major part of what... So the M1 Garand is one of those military firearms that I had wanted my parents to get when I was much younger, but they opted not to because they thought firearms bad, and didn't understand that they were a speculative investment tool in many respects. But yeah, basically the M1 Garand is one of the singularly most expensive firearms out there. Basically, you won't be able to buy one for less than $10,000 usually. Not because they're that like expensive to manufacture or anything. It's simply because they basically they became so popular because of the video games that they were in and the movies that they were in, like Saving Private Ryan, and then various Call of Duty games and whatnot, amongst many other games, that essentially it drastically inflated their value, and it has never dropped since. So things that you could buy for under $100. Oh, what is your old Soviet firearm? Oh, I see. As an old Soviet firearm, myself, I can convert. I go ping. That's really funny. That is so silly. I am delighted. That is marvelous. Yeah. Yeah, unambiguously, I know a ridiculous amount about firearms, but especially given how useless it is, in terms of knowledge, right? Yeah, my parents definitely wished that I was interested in other things, and to be fair, I ended up being interested in many other things, but that doesn't mean I was ever not interested in firearms. Got no firearm. As a, like, I mean, it's a good myself joke, TBH. Like, it's a good one, Shlifu, and I figured that out after a moment. But yeah. Except, but it is pretty funny. Okay. Hiya. You got an air gun? A replica of a revolver. It's fun. Dude, yeah, like, that sounds awesome. Yeah, and that type of thing is fantastic, right? And the fact of the matter is that 22 caliber bullets are not significantly more deadly than air guns, in most cases, right? They are more deadly usually, but not significantly so. It's the CO2 part, yeah. And that's understandable, but, you know, realistically, there's not too many other sensible other ways to go about such air guns, right? And, I mean, it's just one of them things, I suppose. But it's a lot of fun to make caveman go boom. Is caveman make boom, right? This is the fun of guns. Guns are fun for the one reason and one reason only. It's because caveman make boom. Caveman make boom. What can I say? Caveman make boom. And Shlifu, that's really valid. The genie is certainly out of the bottle in the United States. And quite frankly, it may well be better in most respects if there isn't necessarily, like, guns everywhere, right? By may well be better, I mean most likely is. Yeah. Yeah. Just, I mean, most likely is. This is a very humorously, nicely set up wand there, but, like, it's kind of amusing that it's got a pretty bad recharge time, which is funny. Okay. Good shit. But yeah, guns are... So, well, I guess, Shlifu, here's a question. Have you ever seen, I believe it's Hoerg Sprav? It's a YouTube channel. It's about slingshots. Basically, the guy just makes slingshots. And, yeah. That's what he does. And I'm not denying that, like, more people end up dead if there's easy access to firearms. That's objectively the case. You're not gonna find me arguing otherwise. Like, that said, I mean, my general opinions on such topics tend to simply be that, it's probably more sensible in certainly in places where there's already a bunch of firearms, to simply address the issues underlying why people end up dying in such ways, right? That is to say, like, to focus more on mental health and the like, and provide resources. That said, no such social safety nets would ever be prioritized politically, right? Not ever, but just certainly not anytime soon, really. Again, then again, maybe change is on the horizon. Who could say? That's really quite funny. 30 years since you even saw your air gun? That's very humorous. More rust than air gun? That's quite funny. That's pretty good. You also have a slingshot, Meatball? Yeah, I'm a big fan of slingshots and crossbows as well. In particular, I'm a big fan of, the, Jorg Spravs. We're just gonna go Mr. Sprav because I have trouble pronouncing his first name. Or maybe it's George Sprav, and we can just say it like that. Or Jorg Sprav. But in either case, or any case, I really love his instant Legolas system. Basically, I mean, actually, I'll give you all a link. A picture worth 1,000 words and all that. Okay, share. Copied the link. Now we post. Here we go. Lovely. Oh! Fun fact, I really, when I was younger, like, before I actually got an actual, want to know something actually really funny? It was only about $20, maybe $30 more expensive to get an actual fucking revolver than it was to get a revolver that I could fidget with. Or get like a replica revolver or like a CO2 revolver that felt as satisfying to mess about with as a real one would, with fake bullets, right? Because frankly, like, one of the more fun things to do with the revolver is, and yeah, no, it's not a crossbow. So no, he's also made a crossbow. You see, that's a separate discussion. I can also link that, but that's a different device entirely. That one, however, is something I would genuinely be interested in having myself personally, because it's like this one. Yeah, this thing. Like, not that I'll ever be able to afford it, realistically speaking. However, in some imaginary world where I could, I would adore having one of these. So very much. Even better, I could safely fire it. Yup. So, like, it's a genuinely fantastic home self-defense weapon in a place that you can't have a gun. Because personally, the thing that I think is valuable about guns is the same thing that's valuable about crossbows. And it's that they are reasonably, especially that particular variety. The weather, is it just really hot? I take it. Oh, the repeating crossbow version? Yeah, the Cobra Adder. And that's totally valid and fair. However, like, it's whatever, TBH. Because the thing works just fine, and you can actually see videos of Yorick Sprov using the adder, and it's fantastic. What I also love about it is that it works really well for somebody who's super like mobility impaired and doesn't have like that much safe range of motion for the arms, right? Because I could, like, what's fantastic about it is that I could fire it. I could ready it to fire from like most any position, laying down, seated, otherwise it doesn't matter. And what's beautiful about that also is that I wouldn't be very likely at all to hurt myself in doing so, due to the way that the leverage involved, right? Because of the way that leverage was taken advantage of to design a crossbow that was very, you know, friendly to disabled people. And in fact, that was something that they talked about, that this was something that they designed it with that in mind. So, and in fact, I'm pretty sure he said something about maybe it being for like his grandmother, grandfather, or somebody who are like very badly mobility impaired or some shit, and he wanted it to be like a crossbow that they could reasonably fire. And in fact, it is exactly that. It is a crossbow that damn near anybody can fire. Not just fire, but ready to fire, using leverage. You know, might it be, depending on the disability you have, like it could be, you know, like a pretty painful process to get it, like, cocked and whatnot, ready to fire. However, you'd have to be quite severely mobility limited, even more so than me, for it to be a true struggle to get that thing prepared to fire. Poor Schlifu. But yeah, generally speaking, that particular crossbow, and like that's another product. If I could get sponsored for that shit, I would advertise it. Like if I could own it and then also have a good idea of whether that shit would be awesome or not, get a real feel for it, I'd totally fucking advertise shit like that. But of course, I don't have any sponsorships. I probably won't for a very long time, if I ever do. Of course not, Meatball. So the thing is, like it's not at that stage it's an electric bow. It's no longer a crossbow if it requires any kind of external assistance, right? And that's the beauty of the design itself, right? Because the design itself cleverly takes advantage of leverage. Yeah. I did actually know that. I did actually know that they tried to outlaw fucking crossbows, which, man, that is so funny, right? Which, honestly, I feel like that's a weird choice. Yeah, it's true. They have tried outlawing quite a few things. But yeah, like, at the end, so, Schlifu, I am kind of curious. In your, like, because mind you, I want you, as I ask this question, I'll have you know, I recognize there are many differences between crossbows and guns. In particular, automatic firearms, I think, are the most different. However, I am curious, in your eyes, what makes a gun substantially different from a crossbow. Especially a gun accessible to the common man. Right? Which is not an automatic firearm, mind you. Because getting an automatic firearm in the United States is it's arduous and expensive. Correct, yeah. Besides the propulsion mechanism. I mean in terms of their... what they achieve. Especially for the average person, right? Who would use them. Yeah, that's kind of my point, right? Is that in most ways there's no difference. They're both fundamentally like weapons, killing devices that can be turned upon like basically anything you pointed at, right? I mean, main one is basically... No, I mean, no, it's not like nothing I wanted to hear in particular. I just want to know like if you felt there was some like intrinsic difference, because a lot of people I know feel that there is. I will grant you that and not just grant you, I feel they're a lot more frightening and dangerous. Firearms, I mean. In general, especially due to the, for one, there's the loudness, the increased odds of being dead afterwards. There's like quite a few things that make them a lot, like, worse to be a victim of, I suppose. Yeah. Well, no, I meant, Meatball, I'm talking about this particular crossbow, right? Because especially if you take it to think and look at it and compare it to, say, I don't know, a revolver with 6 shots, it's not very different, right? And Schleifu, I entirely agree. The concealment, in my opinion, is a really big factor, and it's what I have an issue with. Like, if I were King of Universe, I would probably not really allow handguns. Anywhere. To anybody. Right? Because I think that, I will never be King of Universe. And it's probably for the best. But yeah, So, Meatball, you are actually not correct about that. The numbers tell a very different story. Would you like to know what caliber of bullet has killed the most people? It's a 22 caliber. The tiny little baby. Tiny little baby caliber. What was that, Bombay? Okay, love. It was just a loud sound. I still don't know quite what it was, but Ren said it's fine, so I believe him. I believe Ren. Oh yeah, I know, right? I just think it's a very funny thing. Right, now, now, yeah, given the number of people, with who has, which weapons. That said, our bullets are just really nasty for several reasons. In particular, hollow point bullets. Now, if you wish to, yeah, the voice of Red echoes from the distance, true, though. Now, if you wish to, analyze the ballistic properties of a crossbow bolt as compared to a, a bullet. Now that's a very worthwhile investigation to embark upon, because they have a lot of interesting differences. Depending on the type of arrowhead you have, you are really gonna determine how nasty that crossbow, wound is gonna be. but in most respects, like the crossbow, if it's not got some type of broadhead bolt designed to like deal with large game, it's going to be less deadly on average than a hollow point bullet. And fun fact, in most places in the US, hollow point bullets are cheaper than non-hollow point bullets because they use less lead. Ooh, another. Ooh, this is intro. Sure, I'll take it. I will take more explosive bounce. I'll always cast. You know how I love. You know how much I love explosive bounce. An explosive tip. So, but yeah, but the fact of the matter is that, like, I'm generally... You attract the explosive tip, just the tip? So, Coitus, I can lay it out for you pretty simple, like. So do you know anything about the calibers of bullets? Because honestly, I do enjoy just explaining this stuff, because, like, it's not... I like demystifying this stuff, because at the end of the day, they're just machines. Yeah. Yeah, you know, yeah, so basically, if you understand the calibers of bullet... Okay, yeah. So a 22 bullet... I guess here's the most common misconception, the difference between video games and reality. 22 bullets are perfectly sufficient to kill most things, especially if you use multiples of them. However, you know... It's going to be less ethical. And in terms of hunting, we'll just talk about this in terms of hunting first. I don't hunt, I'll just start out with that, but I do know quite a few people who have and used to. That's so funny, Coitus, that's so funny. So, fun fact, actually, so, I guess that means you guys don't actually know very much about what a hollow point does. So, hollow points are a literal, actual war crime to use in wars. And you may wonder, why might that be? And the reason is because they nearly guarantee death if they hit a person in the, like, torso. And so militaries are required to use full metal jacket rounds, which are more likely to go directly straight through the target. Yeah. Yeah, the expansion. That's the issue, the expansion. Exactly. Now, a crossbow does no such thing. This fundamental one difference is why crossbows are less deadly. Right? It's not that they're not deadly, they're still deadly. And don't mistake my words. They're still deadly. Oh, that's probably the AC people. Can you let him in, Bombay? Do you got this, Bomba? Yeah. Okay. I understand. Ren's letting in the air conditioning people. Yeah, not sure why the AC been having so many issues lately. Probably because it's hot. But yeah. And, oh, looks like we're gonna have a window unit again. That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, they told us, I think, that we actually got, like, we got replaced somewhat recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I'm here at this guy's place.
Oh, yeah. It's
Not because it's you guys, I mean...
Oh, yeah. Like, different issues every time, yeah. You
Very
know,
nice.
it's been every year. I'm pretty sure since we moved in.
That sounds about right, yeah. I think it's been every year that we've had issues with the AC. It's been very silly.
I can remember at least the last 2 or 3 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty wacky.
That should cool down soon after we get that window used.
It's true. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's gonna be cooler. The kitty cat's gonna be happier. I'll be able to snuggle with the kitty cat.
Without him being full of anger.
It's true. The kitty cat do be full of so much anger.
He sat himself so he covered half of the window the moment I opened it.
Yeah, well, I guess, Coitus, the question is where? In the torso or the leg? Because I'd really rather not be shot in general, but if I had to choose between a 22 caliber hollow point and a 5.56 rifle round, actually no, the 22 actually. That's great, Schleefu. Doesn't matter, just aim at my head, please. That's very funny. It's very silly. So here's something actually quite dastardly about the 5.56 round that makes it actually no wait no I need to find out what round specifically the M16 was originally chambered in during the Vietnam War. Give me a second, because this matters quite significantly. I think it was 30 caliber. But it could have been something different. I guess clearly M16 original caliber Vietnam War. There we go. That should be the one. Vietnam War. Because the